Good morning, Mr. Bradford.
Good morning, Judge. How are you this morning?
Okay, you're here on what?
No, Judge, I actually don't have a case on your docket this morning. I had talked to APA Drain yesterday and potentially wanted to address bond with you today.
Scarlett Williams.
Yes, Judge.
Calling case number 2305876301. People of the state of Michigan versus Scarlett Williams. Defendants charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 weapons felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge, to and your staff. Cody Bradford with Neighborhood Defender Service, P85944. Judge, since this is an add-on, I would request to waive Ms. Williams' appearance.
For the waiver of defendant's presence, what's going on?
Thank you. Yes, Judge. I spoke with APA Drain yesterday. She has been in communication with the complainant in this case. and it's likely that he is planning not to show up on the 25th, I believe, is our exam date, and the case would likely get dismissed at that time. So I wanted to log on today to see if we could potentially, if that was the case, if we could potentially dismiss it today. If not, I would like to address a condition of the bond.
Ms. Grant?
Thank you, Judge. Yes, Mr. Bradford contacted me and wanted me to see if we could somehow arrange for the complainant to maybe send someone to get some of her belongings that were in the house. And so I did contact the complainant. He indicated to me he had no objection to her coming to get any property. But he also then told me that he never wanted for this to happen. He never wanted for her to be arrested, and that he apologizes, but he would not be coming to court, would not cooperate with prosecution. And in addition, I would not be able to proceed with this case without him, Judge. So if Mr. Bradford is asking that it be dismissed today, I'm not going to object.
All right, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. And thank you, APA Drain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good day.
You too.
What day was that set for, at what time? Set for the 25th, at what time, Ms. Grant?
I will check real quick.
9:15.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
yes. Thank you.
Mr. Kleinfeld, I take it you're here on Walker.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes,
sorry. Oh, yeah, Walker. Is that right?
Martel Blunt.
Okay, I'm sorry. Haven't seen the attorneys yet.
I'll try to give them a call and get them to log in.
Okay.
Morning, Jan.
Hey, good morning, how you doing?
All right, what about yourself?
All right, what brings you in time?
Drop off a parents, and I was hoping I would be able to speak to the prosecutor if she was here.
She's online, right?
Oh, she's online?
Ms. Stern,
Yes, Judge.
this gentleman wants to talk to you. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Jan.
There it is.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Green.
Good morning.
Tomorrow we have a motion for destruction of biometric data and arrest record for Craig McDonald. It's from 13 years ago, and I was just wondering if we could possibly stipulate that.
Let me look into this. I don't usually handle these, so I wasn't aware of that one.
Okay, I greatly appreciate it. Client just came to me and figured he needed some help with it. So I wasn't sure who to reach out to, but I greatly appreciate you for looking into it.
What is the name again?
Craig McDonald, and I have the case number for you too.
Okay.
13055722201.
Okay. And this was a domestic violence case?
It was.
Okay.
Yep, it was felonious assault, domestic violence from 13 years ago. We already got the rest of his record expunged. He's just looking, this was dismissed. He's just looking to destroy the biometric data so he can start off with a clean slate.
Okay. All right, let me look into this.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
You have a great one. And thanks
You
a
too.
lot.
All right, you too, man.
That's
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks. All right. Big, turn it on.
Next, your audio. Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
Oh, Jesus. No, I didn't I was just, my mom had sent me the link to the Zoom call. That's all. I was just I didn't know if the thing had started yet. I'm sorry.
No, you have to view these proceedings on YouTube, or you can come in person to view it in 36th District Court.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Bickert. Mr. Bickert, you ready on Blunt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Call case number 2305-875-301. People of the state of Michigan versus Martell Blunt. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, person premeditated. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Mike Kleinfeld for the people, P79328.
May it please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Baker, P number 62647, appearing on behalf of Mr. Martell Blunt.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Bickert?
Your Honor, I respectfully request an exam in this matter.
How is September 26th at 10 o'clock?
That would be fine, Your Honor. That would be fine.
Judge, that week I'm in trial. Anytime the following week would work.
Your Honor, as of now, the following week on Monday, I'm scheduled to start a jury trial on a homicide CSC case. There is going to be a request to adjourn that trial. But I don't, obviously I don't know the ultimate result.
How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Kleinfeld?
I think it'll be 3. I don't think this will be a terribly long exam.
I don't think so either.
How about September 20th at 1:30?
That works for defense, Your Honor.
That works.
Okay, September 20th at 1:30, trial will be continued.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenny, how you doing?
I'm good, you?
I'm good, thank you. You here on Brittany Walker?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I thought it was PE, that's very.
No, it's PCC.
So you know, I wanted to see you while I'm here.
Hey, you're always welcome. Anytime, anytime. We're ready on Walker.
Calling case number 2305862201. For the state of Michigan versus Brittany Walker. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon, count two, domestic violence.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kenny appearing on behalf of Mr. Walker, Mrs. Walker. P 35842.
Okay, Mr. Kenny, what's your pleasure?
I've been trying to find this Walker. I guess this would be my second PCC. I'm asking to set up doing an exam there. I got an address. I got an email address, email there.
The last time you were reporting on the PCC, didn't I say that she had to appear by today? She got here. Been looking for how long? At least a week.
Morning.
Of course, in addition to case, just revoke the bond, set the new bond for $5,000 cash.
Thank you, Judge.
Take care. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you too. Be safe, man.
I think that's it for me, and I will see you guys a little later.
Okay, what we got later? Oh, the part.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm thinking you're talking about a case. All
right. Oh, no, no. All right. See you later.
I'm sorry. Yeah, turn. take on like sounds like Joe.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you earlier, all the homicides and stuff with the CSC.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Well, what's your name?
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Or move your hat, please. Officers. Move your hat, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
You go. And when you come out, just bring it with you.
All right, thank you.
So prosecutor, Lieutenant is running the board. Lieutenant Park, I believe it's probably the first one.
The CSC.
Who's the prosecutor? That's Miss Sissy.
Sir,
Sissy.
She might be on the CSC.
Everybody said CSC.
Oh, yeah.
The
They can step in.
prosecutor, too?
Yeah, Mr. Kanoki was in the hallway, but he disappeared. Everybody else was there.
The prosecutor check in?
Yeah, she's in the hallway.
Oh,
Please, now, come on, and we get started.
cause I just got an email saying she's gonna be late.
Prosecutor on turn. Sorry, what did you say? So I just, didn't hear what you just said. That's the prosecutor on Turner. Oh. No.
Hi, Judge.
That's not because you have it. How you doing?
Oh, I'm blessed. What'd you say?
You got it, my brother?
Oh,
You
Judge.
have any-
How you doing this morning? You all right?
I'm blessed, Judge. Running.
I'm gonna see if I can get you out of here. Okay, sounds good to me. How you doing? Absolutely. See your phone inside? Yes.
You won't be able to talk to this phone.
Judge, we're ready. We're ready.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Ms. Rose, you feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Are you ready?
I am ready. The only thing I need to do is just kind of do this.
Yes.
Drop your. And to the right of you, the left of you.
Calling case 2358365, people of the state of Michigan versus Terrell Lee Turner. In the discharge in count 1 homicide, murder first degree premeditated. Count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rozek on behalf of the people, P78815.
And may it please this honorable court, good morning, Byron Pitts, read on behalf of Mr. Turner, who stands at the defense table to my left. We're ready to proceed.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Terrell Lee Turner.
People ready to proceed as well?
Your Honor, we just inquired, there's appears to be an officer. Are you? Case, should this be a witness or sequester?
I have 2 cases still.
Oh.
Cases, no problem.
Yeah, Judge, thank you.
Your Honor, there There are two things I just wanted to address really quick. The people would be asking for a mutual order of sequestration. I don't know if that was already addressed, and we would ask for an introduction to the officer who is seated next to me.
I do have no objections to the OIC being present as it relates to these individuals. I just met them today. I think they're members of Mr. Turner's family. I don't participate on these witnesses.
And then the only other thing I wanted to address with the order of sequestration is that the victim's family is present in the hallway today. There is the mother of the victim and the aunt of the victim, and both of them went to the morgue and did identify the body, but I don't anticipate calling them today. But that's the only involvement that they have in the case, and they want to just come in and observe, if that's okay with Mr. Pesco.
I don't have an objection.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I've already been logged off with this now. Any other preliminary matters?
The only other thing I wanted to inquire was that I did send the interrogation video ahead of time. Did the court watch that?
Oh, it expired. I'm trying to pull it up. Day before yesterday, it expired.
Oh, I think I made it only available for 10 days. Okay, so I can resend it, but I think that's gonna cause, because it's 4 hours long, so I didn't anticipate playing the video, but it's the majority, it's the big part of the case. So I think that we would have to watch that.
So you said it's a big part of the case. Is where can you cut it down or directly to a portion of it that you want me to see? How long is that?
Probably the last hour or so.
The whole hour?
I mean, you can skim through some of it, but the last hour is pretty, I think the whole video is pretty important, but there's parts that you can skim through where they're not in the room together.
All right, well, I apologize.
That's okay.
I'll send it to me again. I'll take a look at it. You can direct me to that last hour that you want me to view. And I'll take a look at that and I can have a bind over decision, or entertain arguments and make my decision and bind over just early as possible. That's it.
Okay,
All right, sorry, Williams.
thank you. Your Honor, the people would call police officer Kylie Stokowski.
Officer Stokowski.
If I may, can I inquire if somebody else has walked in and that?
What's your name, ma'am?
Kiana Jane.
Ms. Cheney, Kiana Cheney.
She's not gonna be called.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And please have to do this property, nice and to that microphone. To your left hand. May when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, officer. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kylie Stokowski.
Okay, and you might have to pull the microphone a little bit closer. Yeah, okay. And how are you employed?
Police Department of Education
How long have you been a police officer for?
since October 30th of 2017.
Okay, and were you working in that capacity on August 8th of 2023? Okay, and on that date, do you recall whether you were working alone or with a partner? Who was your partner?
Gil Walsh.
I'm sorry?
Jacob Walsh.
Thank you. And on that date, did you have a reason to go to the address of 4204 Hereford, that's Hereford Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes,
And is that in the county of Wayne?
yes.
Okay, what was your purpose for going to that location?
We had a gunshot wound victim.
Okay, and do you recall, approximately what time, you were called to that location or dispatched to it?
It was right after we got out checked on 7:15.
Okay, if your report indicated, 7:14 a.m., would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you go to the location, what is at this location?
It's a house.
And what do you observe?
We didn't move right now, come out, baby, and say,
Now, at this point, what do you do?
Sorry, for a while. We ran inside.
Judge, I would object to what we just asked to testify to what she did.
Suspend.
And so just tell me what you did and not what you and your partner did, just what you did, okay? So when you got to the scene, what did you do?
I ran inside. Asking where she was, if there was anybody else inside, or where the gun was.
And did you observe anybody inside?
Yes,
And where was this at?
upstairs in the bedroom.
How many people did you see inside the house?
I believe just the victim upstairs. I can't recall if he walked in with us.
Who's he?
Mr. Turner.
Okay, and you kind of gestured a little bit. Do you see Mr. Turner in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to him and indicate something that he's wearing?
We'll stipulate to his presence.
There's,
Court is finding that the witness has identified the defendant as minor Terrell Turner.
so, did you at this point have any conversations with Mr. Turner at this time?
No,
Okay, what is, let me ask you this, did you go into the room with the, who you like indicated was a victim?
yes,
Okay, was there anybody else in that room?
no.
What did you observe about this victim?
She was lying on the floor in front of the bed, which was also on the ground.
What was also on the ground?
The bed next to it.
Okay, and so lying on the floor, was she responsive?
I heard her breathing still, so I also checked her pulse.
Was there a pulse?
Yes,
Okay, were you able to communicate with this person?
no,
And you keep saying her, this was a female?
yes,
And did you get any information from this female directly?
no.
Did you at any point ascertain who the female was?
Later on, yes,
Okay, how did you get that information?
through Mr. Turner.
And do you recall what Mr. Turner told you her name was?
Shamaria Hall.
Okay, now, when you're in the room with Miss Hall, what are you doing at this point?
So there was a towel by her head and there was a lot of blood by her head. So I held the towel by her head so she wouldn't bleed anymore. And I felt for a pulse with my right hand. And she still had a pulse and still breathing. I tried to give her a sternum rub and called for medics.
What's a sternum rub?
It's where you rub right on their sternum to try to wake them up.
Okay, and did that do anything?
No,
Now, you indicated that you called for medics as well?
I did.
Okay, and do you recall, did medics come to the scene?
Yes.
Do you know about how long that took?
I'm not sure if the minutes maybe.
Okay, and what are you doing while you're waiting for medics to arrive?
Holding the towel on him.
All right, and at this time, were you able to observe any injuries?
I didn't see any, where she was bleeding from. I just saw the blood.
Okay, and you indicated that there was a towel. Where did you see this towel at initially when you got it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Could you describe for us the type of hair that the victim had if she had? Okay. Now, after the medics arrive, what do you do?
I backed up and left it and
Okay, and does she stay on scene?
no, she was transported.
Who was the she?
The victim. Does the victim, Miss Hall, stay on scene?
No, she was transported.
By who?
Medic for travel.
Okay, do you stay on scene at this point?
I did.
Now, do you make any observations in this room?
Yes, there was multiple blood spots in the ground. There was also a weapon on the ground between the two bedrooms. And there was a little bit of blood on the weapon as well.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask you this, did you, I don't know that we actually got to this point, but where, we keep talking about a room, what room are we referring to?
The upstairs bedroom, there was two connected to each other by one doorway.
Okay, and, is this the room that you found Miss Hall?
The first bedroom as soon as you went upstairs.
Okay, where did you find observe the gun?
It was like in the doorway between the two bedrooms.
Okay, and did you make any observations about the gun in particular?
No, it was just a black handgun.
All right, did you find anything else in that room of importance to you?
I observed no casings whatsoever. And I did see a Glock box with the latches open.
What's a Glock?
A Glock is another handgun.
Okay, is that a type of handgun?
Yes,
Thank you. Did you ever have any conversations with the defendant in this case after Miss Hall was transported by men?
yes.
And when was that?
After she was transported by minutes, I went downstairs and talked to her.
Okay, and were you still in the house or do you know where you were?
I believe I was in the house, yes.
Okay, and what information did he provide to you?
Brad, I'd like to, it appears that Officer Sokovsky is going to testify as to a statement made by defendant Turner. I'd like to voir dire her before that statement is read into evidence or testified to.
This is a statement that she was given. Statement
By Mr. Turner.
this is a statement that was given when he was in custody.
Well, I think that's the nature, I think that's the nature of voir dire.
I can clear it up, but no, he was not in custody.
That's a legal conclusion, which I think facts need to be developed, which I'd like to develop them before the
You'll
statement.
have an opportunity to cross-examination.
Now, ma'am, when you went back downstairs and you wanted to talk to Mr. Turner, what was your purpose for talking to him?
To ask him what happened.
Okay, and at this point, was Mr. Turner a person of interest?
No, I was just wanting a story of what happened.
Okay, and was Mr. Turner in handcuffs at this point?
No,
Okay, was he in the back of the cop car or anything at this point?
no,
Okay, and did he provide information to you willingly?
yes,
That would cause for speculation, Your Honor. As to the state of mind of Mr. Turner and his quote unquote willingness.
Go ahead, Rick first.
Okay. Did you, how was the statement, let me ask you this, how did the conversation go? Don't tell me what was said, but did you ask Mr. Turner questions?
I did.
Okay, and did Mr. Turner provide answers to you?
He did.
Okay, did he, ever indicate that he didn't want to speak to you?
No.
Okay, and at this point, he wasn't read his rights, correct? Okay, and, at this point, Your Honor, I think that I can go into the question of what was said.
Judge, I've got some, I'd like to query here, but if you want me to cross
Go
it
ahead.
right now? Okay. Officer, I'm gonna try not to butcher your name.
Sokovsky.
Officer Sokovsky, on 8/8/23, you responded to the home of 4204 Hereford, correct?
Yes,
Okay, this was on or about 7 a.m.
yes,
And when you got there, an individual waved you into the residence
yes.
and dragged you upstairs, correct?
He told me she was upstairs.
Fair enough. And you went upstairs pursuant to this direction to first try to administer aid to person we know as Shamaria Hall, correct?
Yes.
While you were administering aid, Mr. Turner was still in the home, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if he was in the home?
I do.
Okay. You administer aid, and that took what? I don't know, like 10, 15, 20 minutes, something like that, your attempt to administer aid to her, would that be a fair statement? You don't have a stopwatch, but I'm saying on or about 15, 20 minutes, your attempts? Is that fair, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And after administering aid, you made the determination that certainly it was beyond the scope of your medical capabilities, and you called for first aid to arrive, correct?
I called for that right away.
Fair enough. At a certain point after you tried to administer aid, first aid, actual medical professionals, EMS arrived, correct?
Yes.
And EMS attempted to provide medical care for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, correct?
It was less than that.
Less than that. And after the medics tried to administer aid, at a certain point, they being the medics, took Ms. Hall away from the scene, correct?
Yes.
So from the time you arrived until the time Ms. Hall was taken from the scene was at least a half hour, correct? That's not a fair statement.
No, it was less than that.
Okay, because you testified under oath that you administered aid for on or about 20 minutes, correct? Yes or no? That's what you just said, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and after you administered the aid, you said the medics came, correct?
Yes.
And the medics were there for at least 10 or 15 minutes. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I said less than that.
5 minutes? Okay,
I didn't have a stopwatch.
okay. With on or about 5, I know you don't have a stopwatch, but with on or about 5 minutes, a fair assessment based upon your personal observations of the time the medics spent with Ms. Hall.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
You don't know, okay. So it could be more than 5 minutes, could be less, correct? If you're not sure, then it could be more, could be less. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Bearing in mind, at a certain point, Ms. Hall was taken from the scene, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you attempted to speak with Mr. Turner, fair statement?
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Turner, he was still in the home, correct?
He was downstairs, yes.
Downstairs in the home. To the best of your knowledge, he didn't try to run or flee the home during the 20 to 25 minutes you and EMS were upstairs. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay, because certainly had he tried to flee the home, you would have gone and grabbed him, correct? Yes or no, ma'am?
I was upstairs at the time when the incident happened, so.
Fair enough. Had Mr. Turner tried to leave the home, you would have prevented that, correct? I'm not asking where you were, I'm asking, had he tried to leave the home, you would have let him, correct?
Yes.
Correct, because at that point, you wanted to know what was going on, fair statement?
Yeah.
And at that point, Mr. Turner wasn't free to leave, isn't that true, ma'am? Yes or no? In your professional opinion as a police officer, during the 20 to 25 minutes you were up there with Ms. Hall, Mr. Turner was not free to leave, isn't that true, ma'am? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And in light of the fact that Mr. Turner was not free to leave, bearing this in mind, at a certain point, you came downstairs and spoke with him, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke with him not about the weather, but you spoke to him about the circumstances of the events that occurred to, or whatever happened to Ms. Hall. Fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that without the benefit of Miranda, correct? Okay, you questioned the man about the circumstances for potential homicide, who was not free to leave without the benefit of Miranda. Isn't that true, man? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to argue now, or I'm gonna make an argument as it relates to the statement?
Hang on a second. Was the defendant at that time restrained in any kind of way?
No.
Did you ever convey to him that he could not leave?
No.
Was he the subject of your investigation at the time?
It was mostly the victim.
Was he a suspect?
At the time, we got a call that she shot herself in the head.
Questions based on the question?
Yes. Man, how long have you been a police officer?
Almost 6 years.
Fair enough. So you're an experienced, trained officer, correct?
Yes.
You've been in the field for on or about 6 years, correct?
About less than 4, because I have 2 disabilities.
Understood, less than 4, but you've responded to, you've responded to several scenes, correct?
Yes,
And in this particular scene, there was an individual who was shot,
yes,
and there's only one other person in the house, correct?
yes.
It's a fair statement to make that at this point, when you observe the shooting, this man was a potential suspect, was he not? He may not have been the ultimate subject, but at the time you came to the house, this man was a potential suspect, wasn't he, ma'am?
Not at the time. I mean, we got a call that she was shot.
And that's what I'm asking, was this man a suspect in your professional
Sir, I'm
opinion?
gonna object to ask an answer. This has been answered multiple times. She said he was not the subject of the investigation
At the time.
at the time.
Okay, and let's drill down on the time. Ma'am, he may not have been a suspect at the time you walked into the home, correct?
Yes,
But after 20, 25 minutes, you came from downstairs and dealing with Ms. Hall to have a conversation with Mr. Turner, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Mr. Turner was a potential suspect, isn't that true?
No.
Judge, I still want to make an argument, but testimony is what it is. Your Honor, as we all know, one doesn't have to be handcuffed, one doesn't have to be in a squad car to be under arrest or be in custody. Your Honor, we all know the case law, Florida v. Royer, 460 U.S. 491, it's a totality of the circumstances issue. When a person is reasonably not free to leave, under these circumstances, I think we can argue that defendant was under arrest. When one is under arrest or in custody, we all know you don't have to be shackled, you don't have to be in the back of a squad car. When a reasonable person would feel that they are not free to leave, they can be considered in custody under such totality of circumstances. And as such, they are due the benefit of Miranda.
Okay, so as I understand this officer's testimony, she's responding to a victim of a gunshot wound that was supposedly, at least based on the information she had at the time, was self-inflicted. There's one other person in the house, and she says that because of the investigation that she's conducted, he's not free to leave, not because he's a suspect, but because she's conducting an investigation. She didn't convey to him that he couldn't leave. He wasn't handcuffed, he wasn't restrained in any kind of way. So.
Well, can I respond, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't think, and I'm going to say respectfully, I don't think that one needs to convey from oral.
No, I'm just considering the totality of the circumstances.
Right, and I'm saying in light of those circumstances, I don't think it's, respectfully, I don't think it's necessary that the officer convey one is not
It's
free to
not,
leave.
but I'm laying out the circumstances as they were. If she told him, no, you can't leave, or told him, I think you may have some involvement in this, or said something along those lines, or something that would cause him to believe that, then that's a different scenario. But she's investigating a gunshot wound to a victim that was supposedly self-inflicted. Why wouldn't she want to know the details as to what happened by the only person who's there?
Well, is that,
That doesn't necessarily mean that you're automatically a suspect.
my response would be, Your Honor, I have no problem with the officers doing their job, wanting to know exactly what happened. My issue is the manner in which they obtained this information. My issue is that I believe under the prevailing case law, which the court is well aware of, I've given at least one case, when a reasonable person would feel they're not free to leave, under the totality of the circumstances, which doesn't, as this court knows, mandate handcuffing, mandate an instruction that you cannot leave. When a reasonable person would feel that they could not leave, and it's been stated by this officer that in her opinion, he could not leave.
Perhaps we may be putting the cart before the horse. Maybe we should find out what was said to determine if this was even an interrogation versus just questions as to what happened. What can you tell me about what took place? That wouldn't be an interrogation.
Fair enough, Your Honor. We'll wait.
All right.
Thank you. Now, Officer Sikorsky, can you tell me at this point, after coming back downstairs and medics leaving the location with Ms. Hall, did you have a conversation with the defendant? Okay, and was this a question and answer conversation?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you asking the defendant?
I asked exactly what happened, from the time you woke up to the time that the incident happened. I asked if she had any mental health issues. I asked if they had problems.
Who's they?
That was a couple, the victim and the victim.
Okay, and what was your purpose for asking about mental health issues?
Because the fact that it came out as a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Okay, and what was your purpose for asking whether or not the defendant and the victim had any issues?
Because I wanted exactly what happened, so I just was trying to get a backstory.
Okay, and did the defendant answer those questions?
Yes,
And what did he indicate to you?
he said that she had no mental health issues, and that they had no problems.
Okay, and did he indicate how long the two had been together as a couple?
I believe 1 year.
Okay, and then did you ask any questions about the incident itself?
Yes,
And what questions did you ask about that?
how exactly it happened. He said that they woke up, went to get gas, came back because they needed to put the gun and I guess a chain up. Because they feared a breaking and entering the house.
This is exactly, once we get into his actual statement of the event, what if any role he played or what happened, this is what I'm challenging, Your Honor, and I'd ask for a ruling before she'd be allowed to testify. But I'd ask to be allowed to ask one other question before we get there, if I may.
Yes.
Ma'am, Ms. Hall, you testified earlier, Ms. Hall was eventually transported from the scene, correct?
Yes.
And when she was transported from the scene, isn't it true that Mr. Turner made a request to you and your partner as to whether or not he could go with Ms. Hall? Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know.
You don't recall, which means you might have made that request or may not have made that request. You simply don't recall whether or not you made such a request for your statement. Okay. So in essence, you're not denying that he might have asked, could I go with Ms. Hall, correct?
I wasn't down there at the time of the incident.
You weren't. When Ms. Hall came down the steps, I assume you followed down with the body, with the person,
I was upstairs.
and you stayed upstairs. So it was your partner who was downstairs with, it's your partner who was downstairs when the body left the scene?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Upstairs.
You're not sure who was in the house, because you were upstairs.
Yes.
That's fair.
So I haven't heard anything to satisfy this court that the defendant was being interrogated as opposed to him being the target of the investigation as opposed to this officer trying to find out how this happened. Questions about her mental state would indicate whether or not she would be inclined to kill herself. Questions about if there's any issues between them would also, I think, go along those lines too. Were you so depressed because of the relationship between yourself and the deceased that the deceased would do something like that? So, for purposes of this hearing, the court is going to make a finding that the defendant was not in custody and being interrogated.
If I may just make a record, Your Honor, I certainly agree with the court that the threshold questions asked by Officer Sikorsky were general and somewhat mundane. Did she have psychological issues? Was there a problem between you? Certainly I have no objection to that. But when I jumped up was when Officer Sikorsky began to get deeper into what exactly happened with this event beyond the mental state of the deceased, beyond any personal problems. And that's why I think.
I don't find that to be improper because why would she stop there? What happened? What do you know? What can you tell me about what happened? What's wrong with that? That's not interrogation.
Well, I would, Judge, I respectfully disagree, and obviously you got the road, so we're gonna yield to your position. But I would argue that at the point she starts querying about the event, and I think factually, I find it hard, I mean, obviously this is a testimony, but we can weigh issues of fact. I think it's hard to believe that this man was not a suspect at this time. And if he's a suspect and he's not free to leave,
Why would he be a suspect? She's responding to someone who's supposedly inflicted a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The body's been removed. He's the only other person there. Just because he's there, that makes him a suspect?
but Judge, I don't think there's been, if I may, I don't think there's been any testimony that at this point, the wound was self-inflicted. What all
I'm talking about based on the information that she had that brought her to the scene, information that she was going by. And that's what prompted her to ask the questions, those foundational questions that she asked in the first place. That's what prompted those questions about mental health and so forth. Because if he's a suspect, why would you be asking about her mental health? Her mental health would be irrelevant if you believe he had something to do with it.
I would say this, Your Honor, there are all kinds of investigatory techniques from which to garner information. My position remains, and whether or not you start broadly and establish a comfort level between the interrogator and interrogatee might be one of the techniques, but my position is that pursuant to the testimony of the officer, this man was not free to leave, a reasonable person was not free to leave, I believe, prior to, it is now in custody, prior to a custodial interrogation, and I think I would argue, in this one, the court is saying it's not interrogation, that these were threshold questions. I believe the line has been blurred, and it did lead, the initial questions were not of an interrogation nature, but I think as we got deeper into what happened, what did this man do, it leads into an interrogation. And prior to asking those questions, Miranda should be.
Your Honor, I would just indicate that the argument that defense counsel is making is increasing the threshold of the totality of the circumstances and whatnot, to basically say that in every single case where police officers respond to a scene and there are witnesses or potential witnesses to a crime, that you must advise them of Miranda before you ask them, well, what did you observe? And that's not the standard. This was not an interrogation, and
the purpose of this hearing, the court makes a finding that, first of all, that the defendant was not the target of the investigation, nor was he in custody at the time, nor was there interrogation.
thank you. Now, I don't recall exactly where we left off, but can you tell me what the defendant had indicated to you when you asked what happened?
He said that they woke up, they left and said they were gas because they had stuff to do today. I'm not sure what I wrote down or what he had to do. And then they went back to the house because she had to put her gun up and a gold chain, I'm sure it was, because they feared breaking and entering their house. He said that he was sitting on the bed, which is in that first bedroom, when I went up there, on the corner closest to the stairs, and said that she was in the back bedroom and heard the gun go off, and that's when he went in there and saw her curled up on the ground.
Okay, and did you, based on that information that he provided to you, did you ever go back upstairs to the, where you had found the victim in this case?
Yes,
Okay, and what was your purpose for doing that?
just to see exactly where everything was and to get it correct in the report.
All right, and did anything stand out to you when you went back upstairs?
I looked for casings and holes. There was no casings. I didn't see any more holes anywhere. I saw a few large blood stains and then little blood stains. And those were in the back bedroom and the front bedroom. And I saw a black box that was in the closet.
Now, did you, stay on scene and secure the scene?
I did.
Okay, and can you explain what securing the scene means?
Usually putting tape up, blocking out cars for the street, and then just staying on scene.
Okay, and did you have to make any notifications based on what you observed at the location?
We did, but I did not.
Okay, at some point, did any other officers come to the scene?
Yes,
All right, and were you still there then?
yes.
Were you still there? Do you know whether or not an evidence check was called to the scene?
Yes,
And were you still there then?
yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for this administrator. Thank you.
Questions, Sam?
None, Your Honor. I made my, no, I'm done.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, the next witness will be forensic technician Caitlin Hom, H-O-M. She's going to the hallway to see.
She was saying she would come if she's elected.
Please give your name and spelling to the court report.
K-A-T-E-L-Y-N.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with this box next to me. Place the microphone to your left. May begin, you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the record?
Caitlin Hom.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Detroit Police Department.
Are you a police officer?
No, I'm a forensic technician.
Okay. And how long have you been a forensic technician with the Detroit Police Department?
3 years.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to August 8th of 2023. Were you working on that day?
Yes,
And do you recall whether you were alone or with a partner that day?
I was alone.
Okay, and at around 8:20 in the morning, 8:20 a.m. in the morning, did you go to the location of 4204 Deerford Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose for going to that location?
My purpose was to document the scene and collect evidence.
All right, and part of documenting the scene and collecting evidence, can you explain what you did at this location specifically?
At this location specifically, I documented it through notes, a rough sketch. I photographed the scene, I marked evidence, and I collected the evidence.
Okay, and as far as photographs go, did you, do you then, upload the photographs somewhere else that, make it to law enforcement?
I do.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And if I may approach your honor with what I've already shown defense counsel as people's proposed exhibit 1 and people's proposed exhibit number 2.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, for purposes of making this a little bit easier, I put them in groups, and this will be people's exhibit number 1. Can you take a look through that? I believe it is 6 pages, and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
These were photographs I took at the scene.
All right, and that would be at the Hereford House location, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then, looking at people's proposed exhibit number 2, this one is 4 pages. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, and, how do you recognize it?
These are photographs I took at the house and at the hospital.
All right, and so you went to the hospital. What hospital was this?
St. John Ross.
Okay, and you photographed, you were called as an evidence tech to do a processing at the hospital as well? Yes, I was requested to photograph the decedent.
Okay, and, that is, in people's exhibit, proposed exhibit number 2, correct?
Yes,
Okay, the people removed from the admission of people's proposed exhibit number 1 and number 2 at this time.
I don't have any objection. Is there?
Thank you. And now, ma'am, I'm gonna speak just for a second. So when you went to the Hereford address, we'll start with that one. Do you recall approximately how many photographs you actually took?
at the Hereford house, I usually take around 100 to 200 photographs.
Okay, and in people's exhibit number 1, there were only 6 photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Of the house.
From the house, yes. Okay, and did you take pictures specifically of the handgun that was at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of gun it was?
Block 43.
Okay, and then after you photographed it, did you place that in evidence?
Yes.
All right, and then what was significant to you about the handgun?
Some observations I made about the handgun when it was covered with suspected blood. And then there was a fire shell casing in the chamber,
Okay.
which is malfunctioning.
Okay, and I was gonna ask about that. So what does it mean that there's a fired shell casing in the chamber?
So usually when a gun is fired, the shell casing will be expelled from the chamber. So in this case, when I went to clear the gun, it was inside.
Okay, did you place that in evidence?
Yes.
All right, and looking at people's exhibit number 2, page 1, can you tell me what is that a picture of?
This is a photograph of the slide and specifically the serial number of the firearm.
Okay, and is there, I know it's in black and white here, but can you see any significance to the barrel of the gun?
Yes, you can notice some like fibers or suspected hair around it.
Okay, and do you recall whether or not you observed any brain matter or suspected brain matter on the tip of the gun?
I don't recall specifically any suspected brain matter on the tip of the gun.
Okay, and then did you, looking at page number 2 of people's proposed, or people's exhibit number 2, can you tell me what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of the grip of the firearm, and it also shows that there's a magazine loaded in the firearm.
Okay, and then page number 3 of the same exhibit, people's number 2.
So this is the same firearm, but showing like the barrel.
Okay, and what do we see in the barrel?
You can see there are like fibers or suspected hairs around it.
Okay, and was there any blood on the tip of the gun, if you recall?
Not that I recall. I know it was on the firearm.
Okay, and I'll go and see those. Now, when you, after photographing the scene, you indicated that you were requested to go to the St. John's Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do at St. John's Hospital?
I was directed to the morgue where the decedent was located, just to take a few preliminary photographs before she was transported to the morgue.
And were you able to, did you in fact take some photographs of her?
I did.
Okay, and at this time, do you know who the decedent is?
I don't have her name memorized.
Okay, but were you given a name before going to the hospital?
Yes, I was given a name, and it also matched the name that was on the bag of the decedent.
Okay, and so what were you photographing?
I was photographing the decedent in her current state, so just like what she is wearing and what she looks like.
Okay, and were you looking for any sort of injuries?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, I observed injuries to her head.
Okay, did you photograph that?
Yes.
And is that depicted in page 4 of people number 2?
Yes.
Okay. All right, this having a
people to support? And what part of the head did you observe the injury?
I observed suspected gunshot wounds to the left and right side of the head.
Okay, and did you move the body in any way when you were photographing?
Just slightly to be able to observe the injuries better.
Okay, did you lift her head up at any point?
Slightly, yes.
Okay, and do you recall whether or not the decedent had hair?
Yes, she had like a weave style hairpiece.
Okay, and that was on her head?
Yes.
All right, now, do you recall what time you went to the hospital?
I do not.
Okay, would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Once it's refreshed, let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you. What time did you go to the hospital?
12:35.
And was this on the same day of August 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and were you asked to also photograph another, to document another location?
Yes, I was asked to make the location of headquarters at 1301 3rd.
Okay, what's headquarters?
It's the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters.
When you got,
Oh, sorry, the homicide unit is located there.
okay, when you got to that location, what were you asked to document?
I was asked to document the defendant with photographs.
Okay, and did you photograph the defendant?
Yes.
Did you collect any evidence at that location?
Yes, I collected his clothing and traced DNA swabs of his hands.
Okay. Just one moment. May I have just one moment, sorry. I don't have anything further, those are, thank you.
Cross-examine.
No cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. You missed that.
Your Honor, the next witness is Lieutenant Matthew Bray.
You got Matthew Bray's name? Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Matthew Bray,
How are you employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Detroit Police Department
How long have you been employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police Department?
since July 12th, 2004.
Okay, and were you working in the capacity of, well, let me ask you this, where are you assigned?
Homicide.
And were you working in that capacity as a lieutenant on August 8th, 2023 at the homicide division?
I was.
And that particular day, did you come into contact with an individual named Terrell Turner?
I did.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, it's saying defense counsel taking away from the Green Bay County jumpsuit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant, Terrell Turner.
So no.
And what was your purpose for your encounter with Terrell Turner?
I interviewed him.
And where was this done at?
Detroit Public Safety Headquarters,
And that's downtown Detroit?
correct.
Okay, and can you explain to the court what you did initially when you first began interviewing the defendant?
I read his constitutional rights to him from the Detroit Police Department certificate of notification.
Okay, and what do you do? Do you read them out loud to him?
I read them aloud. I asked him to follow along with me. I read his constitutional rights numbers 1 through 5. After reading his rights and after acknowledging that he understood them, I asked him to initial next to each right.
Okay, and did you ask him to sign the document as well?
Yes, underneath the rights, I asked him to affix his signature and the date and time.
All right, and may I approach with people's proposed exhibit number 4? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm handing you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 4. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is the constitutional rights certificate of notification form that I used when conducting an interview with Mr. Turner.
Okay, and you indicated that you read his rights aloud to him. There were 5 separate paragraphs, correct?
5 sentences, correct?
Okay, and then you indicated that he affixed initials to next to each sentence.
Yes,
All right, and is that reflected in that form?
it is.
Okay, and now what else is on the document?
The defendant's signature, the signature portion, the date of 8/8/23, time is 10:16 a.m. And underneath that section, I asked him 3 baseline questions in regards to his educational level, whether he could read, write, and understand English, or whether he was addicted to alcohol or any narcotics.
Okay, and at this time, the people move for admission of people's proposed exhibit number 4.
Any objection? No. Any board guests commentary?
No, at this time.
All right, public find that statement is only voluntary to give. Will admit that exhibit.
Thank you. And now, as far as your conversation with Mr. Turner, did you, you indicated that you asked him whether or not he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol. Did you observe anything that led you to believe that there was any drugs or alcohol influencing the defendant?
No, the defendant appeared to listen to me, follow my questions, he provided me answers, he lied to me several times.
Well, I'm gonna object, that's a conclusion, not a factual basis, they lied to, that's a conclusion, not a factual basis, that's objection.
Well, I can ask a different question.
What's the thing of objection?
You indicated that he lied to you several times. What made you believe that, let me ask you this, did the defendant ever indicate to you that he was lying about something?
Yes, he told me he lied to me. The information that he provided me belied the evidence that I had and changed the story to respects.
Okay, and so was this, the moment that you go into, is this a room where it's just at the headquarters?
It's room 515. It is a interview room on the 5th floor of the Detroit Police Department headquarters.
Okay, and is this a room that is video recorded?
It is audio and video.
And was this statement that Mr. Turner gave to you video and audio recorded?
It was.
Okay, now, did you have anybody else in the room with you?
No.
Okay, and about how long would you say that you spoke to Mr. Turner?
Hours.
All right, and at any point, did you offer Mr. Turner the opportunity to have something to drink?
I offered food and beverage. There's offered an opportunity to use the bathroom. All of those things.
Okay, and when you were talking to Mr. Turner, you indicated that this was audio and video recorded. Did you provide the video to the officer in charge of this case?
Yes.
Okay, And, Your Honor, this was a video that was already submitted to, Your Honor, but the question was to the admission of the video. So at this time, I would offer the witness up if defense counsel, wants to inquire as to the voluntariness of the statement.
You already said.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't, just for clarity of the record, I'm not challenging the admissibility of this statement. My admissibility argument related to what I alleged to be a statement that was made at the scene.
okay, well then at this time, Your Honor, the people would move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit number 5, which was already presented to the court.
Which I have no objection.
Thank you. Now, at the conclusion of the, you indicated that this, interview went on for approximately 4 hours, is that correct? Several hours. And why is this going on for so long?
The statements provided by the defendant belied the evidence, and he continually changed his story until we got to a point where the information that he provided matched the evidence at the scene.
Okay, now did the defendant ever indicate to you he wanted to stop
Objection,
you?
leading.
Okay. At any point, did you have any indication that the defendant did not wish to speak to you?
No, the defendant was highly cooperative with me. At one point, I tried to walk out of the room. He asked me to come back into the room. He never asked for an attorney. He was, I would classify him as highly cooperative.
And then at the conclusion, you said that how did the interview end? Okay, but why did you no longer continue conversation?
The defendant admitted to shooting the victim in the case.
Okay, and this is all again on video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
With court's permission. Officer Gray, I'm sorry, is it lieutenant or sergeant?
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, lieutenant, congratulations, good to see you again.
Thank you.
It's fair statement to make you testify today that, Mr. Turner indicated that during your interrogation, he indicated to you that he shot Ms. Hall, correct?
He did.
Didn't he more accurately indicate to you that the gun was in his hand when the firearm was in his hand when the gun went off? Is that the terminology he used?
That's shooting somebody, whether it's accidental or whether it's intentional, it's a shooting.
Okay, but
He was in possession of the handgun.
that's
The gun went
an
off.
objection non-responsive. I asked you to respond to my question. My question wasn't the terminology used by Mr. Turner that the gun went off in his hand? Isn't that true, ma'am? Sir?
I believe his statement was, she pointed the gun at me.
Objection non-responsive. That's not responsive to my question.
You're asking me my question. You're asking me what he said. I'm trying to provide that to you.
And I would argue that's a yes or no. Yes, that's what he said, or no, that's not what he said.
I can't answer that in a yes or no question.
You were present, weren't you?
I don't remember his exact phrasage, so.
Okay, well, fair enough. So you don't deny that Mr. Turner might have said, the gun was in my hand when it went off, correct?
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking you, can you deny that's possibly what he said?
I can't speculate. I would be speculating, so I can't speculate as to what he exactly said.
Because you don't remember, correct?
I just told you, I don't remember his exact
Do you have
phrasage.
it in your notes? I'm sure you took notes of this, interchange between you and the suspect, correct?
I did not.
You did not take notes?
No, it's recorded on audio and video.
Okay, and that's why you didn't take.
I don't ever take notes in the interrogation, so
You've been doing this for 20 years and you do interrogation, you'll take notes as to what was said,
that's absolutely correct.
which means that your memory, so you're relying totally on your memory, correct?
Well, I'm relying on the audio and the video.
Okay. And without the video being present here, you don't know exactly what he said as it relates to the gun going off. Fair statement?
I've stated that numerous times, sir.
Okay, he doesn't know. No problem. Thank you. So as it relates to the statement you testified to under oath, that statement attributed to Mr. Turner, he admitted shooting her. You can't say that's 100% that is your testimony is 100% accurate representation of exactly what Mr. Turner says, correct?
Word for word, no, sir. I can't.
Fair enough, thank you.
Can you agree?
Right.
Thank you, sir. You may sit.
Right, Your Honor, at this time, the people are, have People's Proposed Exhibit number 3, which is a certificate of death from the medical examiner's office, and it indicates that Shamaria Hall was pronounced deceased on August 8th, 2023 at 7:34 a.m. at Ascension St. John Hospital, and the people have moved for the admission.
Can you address it?
None.
Can you get it?
And Your Honor, at
Do you
this
have an
time,
autopsy report?
no,
Why not?
because apparently they take 4 to 6 months, they're saying, and that,
When did this start? 4 to 6 months. Then they need to come to court and testify.
I mean, in some cases, they will have to come to court and testify, but I think with the
They're gonna
gunshot,
have to come and testify in this case. Either you give me a report or I need the medical exam. It's up to them. It takes them 4 to 6 months to prepare a report, then they need to start coming to court and testify.
it's not that it's 4 to 6 months to prepare the report, it's that they're waiting on toxicology results in the state of Michigan. So they
never
won't
waited on
send,
toxicology reports before to do the autopsy report.
I know that's what I thought too.
Judge, I would ask that I get it, and I've spoken to sister counsel about this.
I'm sorry.
I've spoken to sister counsel about this issue. I certainly would need a report prior to any kind of cross-examination. If the witness, if the examiner, someone from the examiner's office is gonna come in, I don't have a report.
Nobody has a report, so.
So I would ask that before anybody testifies, obviously, I gotta get a report.
I don't think you need a report prior to cross-examining the witness testifying as an autopsy report. We'll all be hearing it for the first time.
Right, but I think that from a probable cause standard,
From a probable cause standard, you have to establish that there was a death and the death was a result of a homicide. I don't get that just from the death certificate.
well, I think that looking at the picture that the people presented and the injury to the head and the indication that 7:14 a.m. is when the phone call came in, the 911 call, and that's when the officers were dispatched to the airport address, and the death certificate indicating that she's pronounced deceased at 7:34 a.m. is, I mean, it's circumstantial, but it shows that she's got this gunshot wound to the back of her head, and that she's pronounced deceased within 20 minutes of the call coming in. And then further, it's evidenced in the interrogation, which you will review.
I agree with the court.
I mean, I can call the MENS and tell them that they need to be here, but I don't think that it's necessary in this case, given the rest of the evidence.
So clearly, People's Exhibit 2. Is this all one exhibit?
Yeah, I put them together so that I wouldn't need to.
Clearly, People's Exhibit 2, which shows a gaping hole in the decedent's head. It's most certainly the cause of death. I don't think this is probably cause purposes. I don't think that is an issue. The gunshot wound to the head is what caused the death. So cause of death is satisfied. Manner of death being homicide, given that. And I haven't seen the statement yet, but allegedly the defendant says the gun was in his hand when it went off. Question of fact as to whether or not this is a homicide or accident or what. Okay, so I'll take medical examiner left out this time. I'm not gonna have this mess about 4 to 6 months before I get a report. I'm gonna have to come and testify. Relay that message for me.
Oh, I will. And then, at this time, Your Honor, based on everything that's been submitted, the people, would have no further witnesses. We would just ask the court to review the interrogation video, and then I don't know if defense counsel has any witnesses, but if not, then we would need another time to come back and argue.
Judge, I think for the first time, I actually might call a witness. If you have Jacob Walsh here,
Oh, this is-
who was the responding officer who responded with Officer Sikowski.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spell into the court report. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the business cards. Your voice is nice and loud. Speak to the microphone. Ready.
May it please this honorable court, officer, could you give us your name and spell it for the court, please?
Jacob Walsh, WALSH.
And how are you employed?
I work as a police officer with the Detroit Police Department.
Were you on duty 8/8 of 2023?
That's right.
Did you respond to a home at 4204 Hereford?
That's correct.
Okay. And you responded there, you received a radio run to respond there for a possible fatal shooting?
For a gunshot wound to that. That's right.
Okay. And did you enter the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you observe your partner enter the home?
I did.
Okay. When you entered the home, where did you observe your partner go?
I observed my partner go to the upstairs.
Okay. And is it a fair statement to say you remained downstairs, correct?
That's right.
Okay. When you remained downstairs, it's also a fair statement to make that defendant Turner was also downstairs with you.
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you knew it was a fatal shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No, I wasn't aware of that information.
Sorry, let me rephrase. You were there on a possible fatal shooting, correct?
All I knew at the time was that my partner was rendering great aid and that the EMS was going to be transported to the hospital.
An aid for shooting to the head, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And while this aid is being rendered, Mr. Turner is downstairs with you, correct?
That's right.
Eventually, you observed the decedent, Miss Hall, the body, leave the premises, correct?
Correct. While EMS was still rendering aid.
Fair enough. And upon seeing the body of Miss Hall leave the premises, Mr. Turner was downstairs, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall Mr. Turner asking you whether or not he could go with Miss Hall?
I don't recall, sir.
He might have said that, correct?
It's possible.
Okay, you just don't have any, you don't remember.
I don't recall.
Okay, so he might have asked to go with the body, he might not have, correct?
Correct.
Fair enough, he didn't go with the body, correct?
Correct.
Fair statement, no, you and your partner wanted to talk to him, correct?
I believe I had already asked him some questions prior to the Miss Hall coming down the steps.
Okay.
But I believe I had already finished talking to him about what he had.
What his role was?
What his role was, correct.
Okay, so you wanted to know what he did what involvement he had in this shooting, correct?
At this time, I'm gonna object to leaving.
Okay. When you were downstairs with Mr. Turner, at a certain point, you recall Mr. Turner asking you could you leave the house, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay, so he may have asked you to leave the home, you just don't recall, correct?
That's right.
Certainly, based on your observation, Mr. Turner never left the home, did he?
Just to flag us down as we passed.
Once you and your partner entered the dwelling, Mr. Turner never left the home, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe him leave the home upon you and your partner entering the dwelling?
No, he stayed to talk to me.
Thank you. No, nothing further.
Carlos?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other witnesses for the defense?
None, Your Honor.
So now this is time to pick the date for me to have you guys come back for argument as to signed over and opportunity for me to view this video. How soon can you get that video to me?
As soon as I leave here and go back to the office, so by 12:30 today.
Are you guys looking for Monday?
I can do Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday next week.
Judge, Tuesday is bad. Monday, I've got to be in court at 10 a.m. but we started at 9. Tuesday, sorry, Monday, I'm available at 9. If I can get out of here by 10, and I'm available in the afternoon.
Let's shoot for Tuesday after, Monday afternoon, 1:30.
Just for the record, Judge, I'm going to ask the sister counsel send me, I didn't know the video. Whatever you term it, was evaporated or you couldn't see it after a while, resend it to me.
You will have it. I just didn't make it available to like I choose how long the duration is. So I only made it available for 10 days for the judge because it's just for the preliminary exam. For you, I made it available for like 3 days.
Oh, okay, all right.
Treat me different.
Huh?
Treat me different. It's okay.
Now I regret it.
All right. Okay. We continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we give Mr. Kenneth?
Thank you. That's it.
Want, do you need the exhibits? No, can I get them?
Stretch it out, wait. Here she goes.
Sorry.
I'm stretch it out.
Judge, can I approach for a minute?
Yes, sir.
Have a good day.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's it. Who's the enemy on that case?
What's the,
It's Lockman's son just zoomed in.
on this case, Judge?
I don't know.
Who's the ME? Oh, who's the ME? That's what she said. Gotta look through my notes.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Morning.
What can I do for you?
I was supposed to be on a exam for decedent Stacy Smith with Lawrence King.
You know what the defendant's name is?
Right. Let me see if I have the subpoena.
Cortez Coleman?
I believe so. Let me see.
Okay.
I don't have the
Okay, Judge,
subpoena.
I'm serious, like,
Okay.
Yes, Cortez Coleman. Yep.
Okay, so we haven't started that just yet. We need to just hang out for a moment. I have one matter to do before that.
Okay.
Where are my parties on McKnight? Wait a minute, sir. That's need another. She wasn't.
Yeah, she got called to another court. I texted her.
I'm gonna have them go ahead and bring the other defendant up for the next case. I'm gonna have them bring the other defendant up for the next case, because I know this was short.
Okay. Right.
I apologize, I was keeping the verdicts down at circuit court.
Ready on the night?
Yes, Judge.
Calling case 2357985, the state of Michigan versus Jeffrey Jerome McKnight. Defendant is charged with count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony, count 3 criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony, count 4 criminal sexual conduct, third degree incapacitated victim, count 5 criminal sexual conduct, third degree multiple variables. Defendant has an initial from several minutes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stone Multiscan on behalf of the people, P 83923.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Kenneth, P 64800 on behalf of Mr. McKnight. Sir, state your name.
Jeffrey Jerome McKnight.
Here's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, and just for clarification, this is a continuation of an exam that we had a couple of weeks ago where the complainant appeared, and we rescheduled for today for the OIC to testify.
All right, that's right. It's held part on August 24th and continue to today's date.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The people call, Detective White.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with this box. Voice of nice and loud, speak to the microphone. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Joanne White,
Thank you. And where are you currently employed?
the Detroit Police Department.
And in what capacity are you employed with DPD?
I am a sergeant with the Special Victims Unit, sex crime.
And how long have you been a sergeant in the sex crimes unit?
I've been a sergeant for about a year and a half in that, but I worked there previously as a police officer and detective.
Okay, and how long were you a police officer and detective for?
In total with Special Victims Unit, I've been there over 20 years.
And what are your roles and duties as a sergeant or detective with the sex crimes unit?
I supervise the detectives and officers that are working the cases that come into our unit and approve reports, just handle administrative supervisory duties as well.
Okay, do you also investigate reports or incidents that are filed?
I do.
Were you assigned to investigate an incident involving Mr. Jeffrey McKnight?
Yes.
Do you recall what the nature of the allegation that was made against Mr. McKnight was?
Criminal sexual conduct.
And what was your role in that investigation?
I'm the officer in charge of the case.
And as the officer in charge, what does that entail?
After being assigned the case, I speak to all the witnesses, collect any evidence if there is some, and if need be, I present more to the prosecutor's office.
Okay. And do you see Mr. McKnight in the courtroom today?
I do. He's sitting at defense counsel table
Okay.
in a blue button-down shirt.
Thank you. May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Jeffrey McKnight.
So no.
Thank you. And you indicated that a part of your investigation includes speaking to witnesses, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you also conduct an investigation as it relates to an interview or conversation as it relates to Mr. McKnight specifically?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall when that interview was conducted?
I believe it was August of 2022.
Okay, and if I said August 2nd of 2022, does that sound correct to you?
That does.
Okay, and how did that interview come about? How is it that Mr. McKnight came to you or conducted that interview?
I contacted him and asked him to come in.
And did he agree to come in?
Yes, he did.
Where was the interview conducted?
At the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters.
And what room were you in at the headquarters?
I would have to look at my paperwork to know exactly which room.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase, not specifically what room, but like where were you in what area or part of the building would you have been in?
I was on the 5th floor in our interview room.
Interview rooms, okay, thank you. And are those interview rooms recorded?
Yes, they are.
And when Mr. McKnight came to speak to you, did you go through his constitutional rights with him?
Yes, I did.
And how do you generally do that? What, do you have a policy and procedure that you follow?
Yes, I have him read the rights out loud, and then one at a time. I ask him if he has any questions, and if he understands them, then I have him initial each one on the outside of the number.
Okay, do you inquire into whether or not the person is able to read and write before having them do that?
I do.
Okay, and in this circumstance, was Mr. McKnight able to read and write?
Yes.
Okay, and You indicated that you have him read something. What is it that he's reading?
The hour sheet with the rights on.
Okay, and is that a standard sheet or policy that is followed in regards to what rights are stated to an individual?
Yes.
And so you indicated that you had him, you said him, who are you referring to?
The defendant, Mr. McKnight.
Okay, did Mr. McKnight read every right out loud? Okay, did you have any questions about his rights?
Don't think so.
Okay, and did he initial after reading every single one of his rights?
Yes.
Okay, and did he in fact also, on that form, sorry, let me take a step back. On that form, is there a place for him to also sign acknowledgement of his rights?
Yes.
And did he in fact sign off on acknowledging those rights?
Yes.
After reviewing his Miranda rights and his constitutional rights, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach, please?
Yes.
This is what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 1. May you take a look at this, please?
Yes.
Do you recognize that form?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the form that I spoke with him about, had him read each individual right. There's 5. And then I have him sign, and then I also indicate on the form the person I'm speaking to's education level, and if they can read and write.
Okay, and is your name also listed on that form?
Yes, it is.
And does it also include your signature?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what is the date on that form?
This date is August 2nd, 22 at 10 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the document or rights form that the defendant signed during his interview with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit number 1.
No objection, first name.
Admitted.
Thank you. Do you need to see this, Judge? And you indicated that after signing his rights, he did agree to speak with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for the purposes of the record, the court will make a finding that the statement was normally found to appear. For example.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. And how do you conduct your interrogations? Are they done only verbally or something else?
I write them down as well as they're recorded.
Okay, what do you mean by you write them down? What is it that you are writing down?
I have a conversation and I ask questions and then the answers that are given. I write down the question, I write down the answer, and at the end, I will have the defendant go through and read everything and initial at the end of each answer that is the answer that he gave. And I have him sign the bottom of each page.
Okay, so that statement form, that's your handwriting that would be on it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but then it would include the defendant's or the suspect's at the time's initials on it?
Yes.
Okay, so during this interview with Mr. McKnight, did you follow that same procedure?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so did you go through questions with him in regards to why he was there?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the alleged complainant or victim in this case?
Yvette Walker.
Okay, and prior to speaking with Mr. McKnight, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Walker?
I did.
Okay, and did you ask the defendant whether or not he knew Yvette Walker?
Yes.
And what did he state?
That he was related to her.
Okay, and did you ask Mr. McKnight whether or not he knew why he was present for this interview or interrogation?
Yes.
And what did he state?
Not exactly sure what he said. I would have to look at the form.
Okay, and we'll get to that then. Thank you, I
Okay.
appreciate that. So you indicated that you followed the same procedure. So did you go through questions with Mr. McKnight?
I did.
And did he provide you answers as it relates to the incident as to why he was being interviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did you reduce that, those statements into writing, into a statement form?
I did.
Okay, and did he initial after each one of the questions and answers that were asked of him?
He did.
And did he agree or acknowledge that what was written on that form
was in fact his answers that he gave you during the interview? Okay, and then does he also, or is there a place for him to also sign off on what is, give his signature at the bottom of each page?
Yes.
And did he do that as well?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall roughly how long this interview was?
I believe it was under an hour.
Okay, and you indicated that this also was recorded?
Yes.
Okay, and did you share a copy of that recording with myself and then to defense counsel?
I shared it with you.
That's fair, you wouldn't, yes,
Yeah.
okay. And so, sorry. And Judge, at this time, I would move to admit the video as well for exam purposes. I don't think it's necessary to play it at this time because, actually, let me lay a better foundation and then I'll make my request. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to watch that video prior to coming to court today?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to review the statement form that you filled out with Mr. McKnight prior to coming to court today?
I did.
And would you indicate whether or not that statement form accurately depicts the questions and answers that were given during the interrogation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to admit the actual interrogation as an exhibit. I don't think it's necessary to play the entire thing because of the fact that the statement form will also be admitted and read into the record.
I mean, the court's found the voluntariness of the statement we come in, and if she wants to present it by way of question and answer. On the form, Judge, that's fine as opposed to the video. It's her choice.
Yeah, but I just want to also indicate that I would be requesting to admit the video itself for the record at exam as well.
No, but if it's admitted, then I believe the court has to watch the video in order to make a ruling. If they go based on the form, because then if the video is admitted, if there is a motion later, then there's a dispute as to whether.
Video.
Say that again, Judge.
How long is the video that you see to?
So it's a little under an hour, maybe 50-ish minutes, but the actual, or I would say the conversation, not like the initial questions, is probably around 35, 40 minutes.
So she can admit it in its written form. She can also admit the video. So you don't necessarily have to view the video. Okay.
Agreed, thank you, Judge. And that would be marked, then the video itself would be People's Proposed Exhibit number 2. And you indicated earlier that the nature of the allegation was criminal sexual conduct.
Yes.
Was there any other aspect of that allegation that you had a conversation with Mr. McKnight about?
Yes.
And what would that have been?
Womanization.
Okay, and did you discuss details and aspects as to both of those allegations with Mr. McKnight?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did he make certain concessions or confessions as it relates to those allegations?
Yes.
Yes, he did?
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you. Judge, may I approach you?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 3. Can you take a look at it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the statement that I wrote out at the time of the interview.
Okay, and whose information is listed at the top?
Myself being the person that took the statement, and then the person being interviewed was Jeffrey Jerome.
Okay, and how many pages is that statement?
6.
Okay, and is there Mr. McKnight's initials after each question and answer?
After each answer.
After each answer, thank you. And then is there Mr. McKnight's signature at the bottom of that form?
Yes, at the bottom of each page, yes.
Okay, and would you say that that document that I just handed you is a fair and accurate representation of the statement form that you conducted with Mr. McKnight on August 2nd during the interview?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna actually have you hold on to it. At this time, I'm gonna ask for you to go through the questions and answers that were provided during your interview with Mr. McKnight.
Just go ahead and read it.
Yep.
Okay,
Did you get us question and answer?
yes.
Thank you.
Question, do you understand your constitutional rights and do you wish to make a statement? Answer, yes. Question, have you been promised anything, threatened, physically abused, or in your mind coerced to make this statement? Answer, no. Question, have you been denied food, water, sleep, or the use of a restroom or an attorney prior to making this statement? Answer, no. Question, are you under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or any medications? Answer, no. Question, do you know why you are here today? Answer, yes. Question, what is your understanding as to why you are here? Answer, she is accusing me of rape. People have been calling and telling me this. Question, who is accusing you of this? Answer, her name is Yvette Walker. Question, how do you know Yvette? Answer, my great uncle Cornell married her mother. Question, how long have you known Yvette? Answer, I have known her for a year now. She has been close to my family for a while, but I have known her for a year. Question, do you see or talk to Yvette often? Answer, I was close to her daughter, Orlando. I would go to Yvette's house to meet up with Orlando. They would invite me over. That day, Orlando sent me a text inviting me over. Question, what day was the text? Answer, May 12th, 2022, or May 13th, 2022. Question, was there a reason that Question, was there a reason that they were meeting? Answer, we were celebrating Yvette's birthday. Question, whose house did you go to? Answer, Yvette's house. I have it on the text. Question, did you go to Yvette's house that day? Answer, yes. What time did you get there? Answer, maybe 7 to 8 p.m. Question, who was there when you got there? Answer, Yvette, and in quotes, Lele, Orlando, and Orlando's boyfriend. I don't know his name. Question, how long did you stay? Answer, some hours. I left and came back. I went to the casino, Motor City, and came back. I left about 11 p.m. I came back maybe about 12 a.m. I drove my mom's car. Question, who was at the house when you left for the casino? Answer, Yvette, Lele, Orlando, and her boyfriend. Question, what did you tell them when you left? Answer, I told them I was about to go to the casino. Question, did you tell them you were coming back? Answer, no, I didn't tell them I was coming back. Question, who was there when you came back? Answer, Yvette was there. Question, did she let you in? Answer, that is where I need to give my statement. Question, tell me what happened. Answer, when I came back, I went to the front door. It was open. I knocked and I called out her name. I went inside. I went to look for her. I found her in her bedroom upstairs. She was laying down in her bed. She was sleeping. I touched on her, tapped on her. I started kissing on her neck and like on her chest. I started giving her oral sex. Question, is she awake? Answer, she was just waking up while I was doing the oral sex. My mouth was touching her clitoris. Question, was she sleeping when you kissed her neck and chest? Answer, yes. Question, what was she wearing? Answer, she was wearing nothing. Question, what happened when she woke up during the oral sex? Answer, she started rubbing on my head and rubbing all on my body, and then I started giving her oral sex, and I went into intercourse. My penis went inside her vagina. She was awake at that point, and she got on top of me at that point. She said, we shouldn't do this because we are cousins. That is when I stopped. I said, stop playing with me. You've been flirting with me. You've been messing with me, touching on me, and then you say stop. At that point, I started putting on my clothes. At that point, she complimented me and said, you got some good dick though. I left, but I had to come back because I left my phone. She gave me my phone and said goodnight. I went. Question, why do you think Yvette wanted to do this with you? Answer, flirting with me, sending signals to me basically. Every time I come around, touching me and dancing on me. Question, did you have her permission to go into her house the second time? Answer, no. Question, did you have permission to kiss her on her neck or chest? Answer, no. Question, did you have permission to perform oral sex on her? Answer, no, but she didn't stop me. Question, was she asleep when you started the oral sex? Answer, yes. Question, why do you think it was okay to do these things to her? Answer, her advances towards me earlier in the night. Question, did you ever discuss coming back to her home? Answer, no. Question, why do you think it was okay to do these things? Answer, because she got on top of me during the sex.
And is that the last on page 6 of 6 that you read?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibit number 3. Or that's the statement, sorry.
I thought the statement was 1. But the whole statement was 6. Exhibit 1 and the video was 2. Did I?
Yeah, sorry, Judge. I did just the Miranda rights or the constitutional rights as one exhibit, and then separately the statement as exhibit number 3.
No, then no, Judge.
Thank you. So based on your interview and conversation with the defendant, did he acknowledge entering into Yvette Walker's home without your permission?
I'm going to object that the statement speaks for itself. It says what it is. Her interpretation of it is irrelevant. She's read in what questions were asked, what answers were given.
That's fair. Thank you. And you indicated previously that you had spoken to Ms. Walker prior to speaking with Mr. McKnight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And based on your interview with Mr. McKnight and your conversation with Ms. Walker, would you say that Mr. McKnight's concessions were consistent with what Ms.
Object as to what Ms. Walker said is hearsay. With regard to this out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They have what she said, they have what he said. Having the officer here say, well, it's kind of consistent with this or that, that's not how this, if you present the evidence, her opinion is irrelevant. She's not an expert in any sort of field to give her opinion.
So I don't think it's hearsay, but I don't think it's really relevant either as to what this officer feels about it being consistent. And I said, you pretty make that argument.
Okay, and Judge, I was asking only because of what steps that were taken next in regards to the officer having this statement now, the things that she did, but I'll just ask that question. Okay, thank you. After conducting your interview with Mr. McKnight, what if any steps did you take?
I typed a warrant and presented it to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and did that warrant include all of the interviews and conversations that you had?
Yes.
And who else did you have interviews with?
I interviewed 3 of Ms. Walker's daughters as well.
Okay. And was one of those, individuals Orlando?
Yes.
Okay. And then other than submitting a warrant, for this incident, did you, do anything else as a part of your investigation after speaking with Mr. McKnight?
I did obtain medical records of an exam that Ms. Walker had. And I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Detective Boyd, just have a few questions. When you called Mr. McKnight to come down, did you tell him he was a suspect in a criminal sexual conduct case?
Yes.
When did you call him?
I don't remember the exact day, but it probably would have been a couple of days before he came in. I usually, when I call him, I usually make the appointment for a day to 2 days later.
So do you recall what time would you set your appointment for?
For time?
Yes.
I imagine it was the morning, if I can
If we're through your report,
Okay.
we'll refresh your recollection.
Yes. The interview started at 10, so I imagine that is approximately when I scheduled him to come in.
Okay, do you know what time he arrived?
Before 10.
Okay. So, but you don't know for sure?
No.
Okay. You indicate you interviewed 3 of the complainant's daughters, correct?
Yes.
Did you interview Orlando's boyfriend?
No.
Were you given any information about him?
I believe I got his name, but they didn't have an accurate phone number for him.
Okay. Do you recall what his name was?
Juan, I believe, the first name.
And the last name?
I'd have to look through my paperwork to. Would you like me to do that?
If you had it paperwork with you, that would refresh your recollection, please. I didn't think you had it with you, but yes, if you have paperwork, please, that would refresh your recollection.
Oh,
You recall his name?
Kenwan Rhodes.
I guess, could you spell?
KenJuan, and then Rhodes, RHODES.
The 3 daughters that you interviewed, I assume one of them was Orlando.
Yes.
Who were the other 2?
Janisha and Trevisa. I'm probably mispronouncing that.
And they gave statements that were submitted as part of the discovery thing.
Yeah, I wrote out their statements.
Oh. You said after this, you submitted information for a warrant, correct?
Yes.
And that was back in August of 22?
Yes.
Okay, do you know when Mr. McKnight was arrested?
I do not have that information.
Fair enough, thank you. You redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the people?
Nothing further, Judge.
Witnesses for the claim? No, Your Honor.
Judge, the people request, sorry, let me, before I make that statement, do you want or to review the copy from the statement at all that was admitted?
I heard it.
Okay, perfect. Judge, the people moved to find overall counts as charged, specifically given both of the testimonies that was heard with the complainant and then the OIC investigating. I think the OIC was able to establish a few more of the elements that were necessary directly from the defendant's statements that were given, specifically the home invasion. The complainant was not necessarily able to describe when the defendant came back or in what capacity, because she was sleeping at the time. But she was aware that she did not invite him back over, and the defendant himself stated that he did not have permission to enter the home and that he did not inform them that he was coming back. And when he did, no one else was home. And he enters the home without their permission. He goes upstairs to her room and sees that she's sleeping. And instead of just leaving, he then makes the decision to kiss on her and touch on her and then start to perform oral sex. And his reasoning to that is because of, in his mind, that she made certain advances to him hours before during a celebration that they were having. And therefore, based on the testimony that was given by Yvette, that she woke up to the defendant performing oral sex. She didn't initially know who it was. And then when she was able to kind of, I think her testimony was that she grabbed at his head and was able to identify who it was. She told him to stop, which he did, and then asked him to, and based on that testimony, as well as the defendant's statement that he knew she was sleeping when he entered into her home and when he started to perform the various sexual acts, we believe that we satisfy count 1 for the home invasion, count 2, first degree during a felony, which would have been the home invasion, as well as, and that would have been the oral sex. Count 3, the first degree, again during a felony, which would have been the home invasion, and that was the penis to genital opening, which the testimony from both the OIC and the complainant identifies the fact that he and the defendant's statements that he started to perform sex with her after she was awake, and then stopped when she told him to. And then what appears to be the counts 4 and 5 in regards to the lessers of third-degree criminal sexual conduct on an incapacitated victim, someone who was sleeping at the time it was happening.
Disconnected. Your Honor, we'd object. I frankly, and I could be, I don't recall Ms. Walker indicating anything about the penis to vaginal opening.
Oh, she did.
Then
Because
we
I was
simply,
wondering, how did you get to that part? How did you go from the oral sex to her waking up to it to then penetrating her vagina? She gets us.
then I simply object, no.
All right, the court, after hearing the testimony and reviewing all the people's evidence, to satisfy the people with the verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in claim 1. The court finds those charges were removed in the city of Detroit, and court finds probable cause to be committed. Kenneth will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. Is arraigned on the information date and time of September 28, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Judge, just one question with regard to the bond. I know he's on a tether, it's house arrest. He indicates he does have some medical appointments that he has had to delay because of the house arrest. We're just asking if the court would allow him for verified medical appointments to be able to be out of tether, and also if we have a meeting at my office that he can come out to meet with myself. And obviously, if they need verification, I can send that to tether so that they have, an email for me indicating that we have a meeting set for this day, this time.
People,
We have no objection to that, Judge.
send me an order to that effect.
Oh, yeah, and Judge, Mr. McKnight needs, and this is, I guess, more just from the clerk, a note or something from the court indicating that he is on a tether and on house arrest. He's in the process because he lost his job of trying to get unemployment. He needs that verification so that he can get into that process. So even just a court letterhead that indicates Mr. McKnight is on a tether on house arrest.
Mr. Reynolds knows she is back.
Thank you.
Mr. McKnight, I'm waiting on. He's all set, Your Honor?
Yes, he's also.
I'll have her do that for you. You guys go ahead and have a good day. Thank you. So.
Mr. King, you're next up. Judge. Mr. Post, the attorney on that? He is. Can you help step in? Keep rolling.
They're bringing over the, Your Honor. Bringing over the. Come Mr. Coleman. Don't step to the left of the attorney.
That's as much as I hate guys. Can I have 5 minutes?
He's an architect. He just needs to indicate in-house arrest for unemployment.
Okay, Williams. Williams over there.
Yeah, if that shows that he's not tethered, that's all.
Yeah. Black cars gonna take it.
And then I'll email you an order. Is there a blank one? Oh.
How many minutes do you have, Mr. King?
I do have Dr. Sung joining us on YouTube, or Zoom.
He's here.
Yeah, and I discussed that previously with you. Actually, there's 6 minutes, and I think I'm gonna get away with it. Won't be as quick as the last one.
So Mr. Poole is being brought over, there was some issue that he's being brought over. I don't think he's just yet, so we can start.
Mr. Who? That's on the rare case, but that's not mine.
Oh, that's not you? Oh.
Oh, which was on.
All right. Got it. Let's have 2 more there.
He's allowed to verify medical appointments and review.
What are you, a doctor?
Me?
Yes, you can't write at all.
No, oh no, I got terrible handwriting. That's what I've often been told. I should have been a doctor. I'm like, well. Judge was never. Yeah, I'm hopefully all that similar. No. Somebody else? Somebody help me back. Okay. Right, and frankly, I mentioned that there wasn't no issues academic. We're gonna get better.
I got DoorDash at part 2 is here too.
Stay here. Okay.
Who else has a note today? I tried to answer. Great. What else can you know what everybody rolled out there? One time tomorrow. This is 0.00, there's a chance that all of a sudden she's better. I will. Yeah. I mean, but here's my question. No, I wouldn't think the first adjournment would be the last. That was the last, that was July last year. And then the Thanksgiving one was for COVID. So the first we do our fast. I didn't have COVID. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, if I do something. I will. Thanks. Did Williams go down to the front door? Sorry, did Williams go down to the front door? Okay.
Do I have a card? Oh.
Yeah.
You're all right, right. Go ahead. That would be amazing.
I know.
Right, but not shaking. I'm not so certain. I have stepped, like, I've stepped.
Oh, yeah, so structure. Look, the hallway and the matter on the show. He said, let's get it. Let's just step out. What's up? Go ahead. Mr. Kehoe, is Mr. Poole your only witness? No. We have 5. So this is why I wanted to do as much as we could the other day.
There, I mean, the other 4 should be very quick, Judge. The problem is always
You
been,
guys always said that.
it's just to get some exhibits in, Judge, that's it.
How are you? I'm good, and yourself?
I'm gonna sleep, but I'm still good.
You guys approach the room.
I mean, Judge, the schedule.
Because one time they tell you,
Maybe like 45 minutes later.
start to get rough with you, Mr. Cole. All right. Calling case 2357328, Commissioner versus Cortez Xavier Coleman, the discharge of count one, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Here's to the record.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Larry King to the people, E78774.
Your Honor, the police is on the court very quick on behalf of Mr. Cortez Coleman. Who stands in my immediate reference to Coleman State Training for the record, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
It's daytime set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have 6 witnesses under subpoena. I believe I will need to call at least 4. I should be able to do at least 4.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody else like to begin?
Your Honor, I have spoken with defense counsel. As Your Honor is aware, Dr. Sung from the Maine County Medical Examiner's office is present by Zoom to decide the parties, and I did pre-notify the court. I spoke with Mr. Polk. It's my understanding the defense will stipulate Mr. Sung's qualifications as an expert in the field of forensic pathology for purposes of exam.
All right, court makes a finding that Dr. Sung testifies as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You may proceed.
Thank you. So I would call at this point Dr. Sung.
Dr. Sung, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record of the court?
Yes, my name is Lokman Sung.
And can you spell that for Madam Court reporter?
LOKMANSUNG.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm the interim chief medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
Sir, in your employment, you have occasion to perform autopsies.
Yes,
And are you familiar with the case that brings us to court?
yes,
And in this matter, did you perform an autopsy on Miss Stacy Smith?
yes,
And did you author a report with your findings related to that autopsy?
yes,
And would that be Wayne County Medical Examiner's Report 23-07327, dated June 15th of this year?
yes,
And a copy of the examiner's report to defense. Your Honor, I had a copy of the report. And I know we can't have the witness authenticate this on Zoom, but I would move for its admission under the court rule anyway.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted?
Sir, when you examined Miss Smith, what specifically were your findings?
On external examination, there was a small stab wound on her left chest. Also, there were some superficial thermal burns on approximately 30% of her body. Once again, that is external. Internally, there were other injuries, and they were predominantly to the strap muscles of the neck.
So as it relates to the internal injuries, you said they were on which muscles of the neck, sir?
They were on the strap muscles of the neck. And the strap muscles are the thin muscles that comprise portions of the neck and allow movement of the neck and head.
And what type of injuries did you observe in Miss Smith's neck?
There was bleeding within these muscles.
And sir, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
The cause of death was strangulation.
And were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was the manner?
The manner is homicide.
And how did you reach the conclusion that this was, in fact, homicide?
We are required to issue the manner of death, and there are 5 manners of death here in the state of Michigan. The first one is natural, and that is where death is strictly due to the internal disease processes, and then the other 4 are non-natural or unnatural. This death does not fall under natural death, so it necessitates one of the other 4 manners of death. The other 4 manners of death are homicide, suicide, accident, and indeterminate. Of those 4, It is my opinion that homicide is most applicable in this case.
And when you say homicide, is that a term of art in your profession, a specific defined term?
It's a statistical term, and it's simply death due to the actions of another individual.
Now, you said you determined the cause to be strangulation. What specifically led you to believe the cause was strangulation?
When we look at the injuries of the body, and once again, the injuries here specifically point to the muscles of the neck. Also, there was bleeding on the thyroid area. And these muscles are frequently injured when compressed or a trauma is placed on them. And the absence of other injuries corroborates the manner of death as, the cause of death as strangulation.
So when you speak about strangulation, what is that term defined as for you?
Essentially, strangulation is where there's pressure on the neck that blocks the blood flow from the carotid arteries into the head and or the blood draining from the head, meaning the jugular veins. And by that, it prevents oxygen from getting to the brain. And if the absence of oxygen is for a sufficient amount of time, a person will pass away.
So you mentioned pressure. How much approximately pressure would it take to cause this condition, cause this strangulation?
For the carotids, it is approximately 10 pounds of pressure, while the jugular veins is significantly less at approximately 5 to 6 pounds of pressure.
So were you able to determine approximately how much pressure would have been applied to Ms. Smith's neck based on your expertise, injuries you observed?
It would be at least those values, but I can't tell you the exact quantity.
And then you had mentioned a sufficient amount of time. What is a sufficient amount of time? How long does it take to cause death from strangulation?
This is a very variable figure. The reason why it can be very difficult to find a specific time is because, first off, there are some studies indicating that if the brain is without oxygen for up to 5 minutes, it can cause irreparable damage. However, that lack of oxygen needs to be sustained. So during the process of strangulation, if there is a let-up of the pressure, some blood can go back into the brain, and that can extend the time in which pressure is applied. Also, it is affected by the general status of an individual. People that have healthier cardiovascular systems and can tolerate a lack of oxygen for longer times than those that are not. So these variables make it very difficult. And there are no case-controlled studies where individuals have been subjected to lack of oxygen to their brain, clearly because that would be unethical to perform those experiments.
So do you have any opinion as to a minimum amount of time, how the minimum amount of time Ms. Smith would have had to have pressure applied to her head to cause her death? Not the exact amount, but the bare minimum amount.
In general, if the pressure is constant, with occlusion of both the carotid arteries and the jugular veins, lack of consciousness would occur within a few minutes, and then brain death within 5 minutes.
So it would have had to have been sustained pressure for at least 5 minutes?
Correct.
I don't have anything further.
Cross-examine. First of all, you mentioned the stab wound.
Yes.
Where was that in the body?
It was on the left chest.
Was it actually a wound that broke the skin?
It broke the skin, yes.
Could you tell how deep it was?
We don't measure the depth of wound because there's many variables in that. However, I can say that this stab wound did not penetrate the thoracic cavity or the organs within the thoracic cavity.
Now, you were asked
a time frame. So you gave a time frame of 5 minutes of constant pressure.
That's correct. And once again, that's a generality. But if constant pressure.
Okay, so
About.
what are the what are the other parameters as it relates to the time frame?
As I said, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Could it have been less than 5 minutes?
Yes, it may be less than 5 minutes.
And could you, in your autopsy, were the bruises around the neck, or were they specifically in a location?
Yeah, they specifically involved the right and left sternocleidomastoid muscle, the left sternohyoid muscle, both the right and left sternothyroid muscle, and both the right and left longus capitis and longus coli muscles. Also, there was bleeding over the left lobe of the thyroid gland. I misspoke, the thyroid cartilage.
And based upon your expertise, what would that indicate?
Those indicate that there was trauma to those muscles and the cartilage.
Trauma be induced from a punch?
It's trauma from an external force.
From external force, so you don't know if it's from being hit with an object?
There were no injuries to the skin of the individual to imply that it was from a punch or an object.
So no external injuries that you could see?
That's correct.
Ruled out all of the other possibilities as it relates to cause of death?
That's correct.
Do I have any additional?
No, Judge, thank you very much. I asked this witness the exclusion.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Next witness, please.
Yeah, Kenneth Smith. Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with witness box right next to you. Yes, ma'am. Just pull that door open, have a seat, speak into that microphone nice and loud so we can hear you, okay? Microphone to your left. Pull it down to your left. Maybe again, you're ready.
Okay, now, one more time for the record of the court, could you give us your name?
My name is Kaya Smith.
Ms. Smith, did you know a person by the name of Stacy?
Yes,
And how did you know her?
she's my mother.
And I want to draw your attention back to the day that brings us to court today. Where was your mother living at that time?
She was living in 2003. Well,
Was it within the city of Detroit?
yes,
And was it an address on birth?
yes,
And do you know who all resided there at that time?
yes. It was me, my brother, my mom, and Cortez.
And just to narrow that time, we're talking about June 9th of this year. Now, I want you to think about June 9th. You said, oh, I'm sorry. You said Cortez. Who is Cortez?
Cortez was my mother's working.
And you know Cortez's last name?
Coleman.
And do you see the person who knows Cortez Coleman in court today?
Yes.
Can you tell us where he's seated and what he's doing?
She was to my right. He's wearing green.
Record reflect identification.
So,
So, ma'am, on June the 9th, 2023, did you see your mom that day?
Yes.
When did you see your mom?
I was with my mom that morning. Well, throughout the entire day.
Were you at the address on Berg Road with your mom?
Yes.
And when you were at the address on Berg Road with your mom, who else was there?
At the time, it was just me and my mother.
And did you see Mr. Coleman at all?
Yes, I saw him that day. Yes.
And when did you see Mr. Coleman?
I saw him when my mother picked me up from the nail salon.
So was she with your mother when you got picked up from the nail salon?
Yes.
And about what time?
It was around 3:30.
Now, did you have occasion to witness Mr. Coleman and your mom interacting on that day?
Yes.
And did you see them have any disagreement?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Coleman saying anything to your mother?
Oh, yes.
And what did you hear him saying to you?
Basically, they were arguing. He was basically just trying to, in a way, plead his case of the argument. They were arguing about.
What were they arguing about? Do you remember?
Objection, please, sir.
I think this is Mr. Coleman's words, and to the extent that Ms. Smith's words were relevant, they only provide context to his words. So it'll be a part of it.
go ahead, I'll take-
What were they arguing about?
They were having a disagreement about her not trusting Cortez.
Now, you said they dropped you off at the nail salon together,
No, they picked me up from the nail salon together.
and where did they take you?
They took me home
And home being where?
of her.
So the home that Mr. Coleman lives in, your mom lives in,
Yes.
correct? And how long were you at the home with them?
For about maybe 15, 20 minutes.
And what's the next thing that happened?
When we got home, she fixed my meal because she was getting ready to take me to work. And during that time, they were still kind of going back and forth.
So where's work, generally speaking?
At the time, I worked at Zaxxon Pharmacy.
And did your mom take you to work that day?
Yes.
And when did your mom take you to work?
We left the house at exactly 3:45
PM?
PM.
How long was your shift then?
My shift was from 4 to 11, but I got off early. I got off at 10:30.
And since you were dropped off, did you have a plan to get home?
Yes, my mother.
And is that common?
Yes.
What happened when you got off work? What did you do when you got off work?
When I got off, I called my mother.
And what time was that?
I called her at 10:36.
And did she answer?
No.
What's the next thing?
I texted her phone about 6 times.
And did she respond to any of those texts?
No.
What was the next thing you recall?
I called my brother and we talked because he had called me prior that day saying he was trying to.
So we don't want to talk about what your brother said, just what you did. So you called your brother, did you call any other family members?
My aunt Donna.
Now, were you able to arrange a ride?
Yes,
And who gave you a ride?
my aunt Donna.
And what time did you arrive?
Around 11:15.
And was anybody there when you arrived?
No,
Do you know what type of car is driven by Mr. Coleman?
it's a silver Impala.
Was that car present?
No,
Did your mother have a car?
yes,
What type of car?
it's a black Equinox.
Was that car?
Yes,
So your mother's car was there, Mr. Coleman's car was not, correct?
yes.
And what did you do when you arrived?
I went into the house.
Did you see anybody in the house at first?
No,
Is that common?
no.
What did you do next?
I went back outside because at the time I smelled like
a flame or like some type of fiery smell, like fluid, like lighter fluid.
Now, where did you notice that smell?
As soon as I walked into the living room,
And why did you go back outside?
to tell my aunt she said, so I told her to go out and smell it.
And what's the next thing you did?
After that, I decided to go back into the house and then I went right into my living room.
Where's your mother?
It's right in the back of the house
And did she share that room with anybody?
with Cortez.
And what, if anything, did you see when you entered?
As soon as I entered, I saw my mom laying there and I saw Ava on her right leg.
When you say laying there, where was she laying?
She was laying towards the edge of the bed on the right side,
And you saw burning where?
on her left leg.
And what, if anything, was she wearing?
She's wearing black shorts and a black bra.
Were you able to interact with her? Were you able to talk?
I called her name, but she didn't respond.
What did you do next?
I touched her.
And did you notice anything when you touched her?
She was cold.
What's the next thing?
I continued to call her name, and after that, I called the police.
Just one second. So, when your mother took you to work, did Mr. Coleman go with you?
No.
Did he stay at the house?
Yes.
Carson, that, you gave a statement to the police,
Yes.
and all the information contained in your statement is correct.
Yes.
It's true.
Yes.
Okay, and so you left for work about, you said 3:40,
Yes.
and your mother took you, how far was your place of employment from your home?
Excuse me?
How far did you work from your home?
About 15 minutes.
Or 15 minutes? And you left the house, Mr. Coleman was still at the house.
Yes.
Do you have any type of video surveillance at that home, like the main camera?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know if it was operational at that time?
Yes, it should have been.
Okay. Is it on just the front door?
Yes.
Not on the side or back door?
No.
There is a back door as well?
Yes, there is.
So you and your mother go to your place of employment. Where was your brother? You said that you spoke to your brother. Where was he?
He was at a friend's house.
He was at a friend's house. Okay, so once you got home, was he at home?
No.
Did he ever come to that location once you left?
Yes.
Okay, and did you call him?
Yes.
Now, you said that you had your aunt bring you home?
Yes.
Did your aunt go inside the location?
Yes.
You stated that you noticed a burn on your
Yes.
mother's leg?
Yes.
Any place else?
No.
Did you speak to anyone else that had been at the home while you were gone?
Yes. Cortez.
What did you speak to them?
I spoke to them after I found my mother.
How long did you speak to them?
For maybe like 10 minutes.
Was the police present when you were having this conversation with Mr.
No.
No? How long did it take?
That I don't remember. That I don't remember.
Anyone else come to the home while you were there with your aunt and your
Yes.
brother?
Yes. Two of my friends,
What are their names?
Crystal and Jaden.
Jaden
Yes.
and Crystal. I think I have any additional questions at this time. Any redirect? No, Judge. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. If I get just 1 second to get my next witness, so I'm kind of changing. He's in the hallway. I just want to let you know. Calling Mario Patterson. So please step forward, give your name, spelling of your name, to the young lady seated here. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Right up there. Just pull that door open, have a seat, speak into that microphone that will be to your left. Again, you ready. Sir, one more time for the record of the court, give us your name.
My name is Mario Patterson.
Mr. Patterson, did you know a lady by the name of Stacy Smith?
Yes, she's my auntie.
And how long have you known Miss Smith?
All my life since I came out of my mother's womb.
And thinking back to June 9th of this year, do you know where Miss Smith resided at that time? At least what street it was on?
On Berg.
On Berg. Did she live with anybody?
Yes.
Who did she live with?
Her 2 children and Cortez home.
And you just pointed to somebody and said Cortez Coleman. Do you recognize the person that you just pointed to?
Yes.
And is that Mr. Cortez Coleman that lived at Berg with Stacy Smith?
Yes.
Record reflect identification, Judge. Sir, did you have occasion to go over to the home Mr. Coleman and Ms. Smith shared on June 9th of this year, 2023?
Yes.
When did you go over?
I can't remember the exact times, but I went over there 2-3 times.
When was the last time? Well, actually, what was the purpose for you going?
To pick up a trampoline for the kids.
And the first time you went over there, was anybody home?
No.
And the second time you went over there, was anybody?
Yes.
Who was home?
My auntie was there, both of them.
Both of them being your auntie and who else?
And Cortez.
Well, were your aunt's children present?
No.
Do you recall what time of day this was?
I don't remember.
Was it light outside?
Yes.
Was it before dinner or after dinner?
I'll say before.
And did you speak with your aunt?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with Mr. Coleman?
He shook my hand.
How long were you present?
Maybe a couple minutes or so. I sat down. I think my auntie made me a tuna sandwich or something like that. I sat there, ate a sandwich. It was a brief, not even 5 minutes. And then I left.
Why did you leave?
I went to go pick my brother up because I needed help with the trampoline. I couldn't get it by myself.
And where did you go?
Literally, right around the corner.
So how long did it take you to get over to where you were?
Well, if I was going there and coming straight back, it would only take 5 minutes.
And did you come back?
Yeah, I came back with my brother to get the trampoline because I needed help.
And when you came back, what did you do?
Me and my brother, we just went straight to the backyard. We started breaking the trampoline down. or whatever, loading it up or whatever. And then when I was leaving, I started knocking on the door because my auntie told me she had some like bunch of junk cords or something I could kind of like tie it down with. So I was knocking on the door for the junk, with cords to tie it down, but no one ever came to the door.
Did no one came to the door?
No one came to the
Are you-
door, and both cars were wrecked.
That's where I was gonna go. Are you familiar with the type of car that your aunt drives?
Yes,
What type of cars?
it's a, black Equinox Chevy truck.
And was that vehicle there at the house?
Yes,
You recall where it was?
in the driveway.
And are you aware of what type of car Mr. Coleman drives?
Yes, it's a metal.
And where was that?
It was parked in front of the house.
So you stated that nobody answered, correct?
Nobody.
What did you do after that?
I sat there for a minute and kept knocking.
How long did you knock on the door?
Probably about a good 6 to 7 minutes.
And did anybody ever come to the door?
So,
Did you ever attempt to call him?
yeah, I called her home.
And did anybody answer when you called her
No
phone?
answer.
Did you attempt to call Mr. Coleman?
I don't have his number.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Coleman after this?
Maybe one time.
Did he say anything about not answering the door? Was there any conversation about that?
I mean, I can't lie, but the short conversation that we had, I was mad. I was on the phone, you know what I mean? You know, angry, I was yelling, and, you know, this is what just happened.
And was this the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Nothing.
Cross-examine. Made a statement to the police, correct? No, you made a statement to the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all the information you included in that statement is truthful information?
Yes.
Okay, and did you ever tell the police that you had a conversation with Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Is that in your statement?
It should. He shook my hand.
You shook your hand, that was in person.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you tell them afterwards that you had had a conversation with Mr. Coleman? After this incident, after you found out about it?
I can't.
How was your relationship with Mr. Coleman?
I don't know what to say.
You met him before, correct?
Yeah, I've met him.
Okay, you never had any problems with him, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, and on that date and time, when you were there with your aunt and Mr. Coleman, everything appeared to be fine to you, didn't
It seemed that
it? Okay, you didn't hear any argument?
my auntie was very good at keeping her business straight.
My question's a little bit different to you. You didn't hear them in any argument or dispute, did you?
No.
Okay, and how long were you there? Long enough to get a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were there for how long?
5 minutes.
About 5 minutes, okay, so you came to the location, and when you came to the location, your aunt and Mr. Coleman were there.
Yeah.
Was Tyler there?
No.
Do you know about what time you came to the location?
I'm not really good at remembering the time, but the ring footage can show the time that I came.
Did you call, prior to coming?
No, I didn't have to. But my auntie already knew I was on my way back to get the trampoline.
I'm talking about initially, when you first got there, had you called and told your aunt you were there?
Oh, yeah, I already talked to her previous that day, so she already knew I was coming.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, and so you went to the location, and then you ended up leaving.
Yeah, to go pick my brother up.
Pick your brother up. What's your brother's name?
My parents.
Mark. Once you picked Mark up, you came back, loaded the trampoline, and then left.
No, I knocked on the door before.
Okay, you knocked on the door, front door.
Right in front of the ring camera.
Did you go to the back?
I didn't go back to the back. I already been in the back getting the trampoline, so there was no reason to go back.
So you only knocked on the front door, and then you left.
I called my auntie too, and I called her phone a whole bunch of times. I just didn't think nothing of
You say you called her a bunch of times?
it. Yeah, before I left at work.
Did you call anyone else?
No.
Okay, I have any additional questions. Can you redirect? No, Judge, thank you. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
At this time, Judge, I'd call Officer Brown. Officer J. While we're getting that, officer, do you mind if I have a little water? Sure. Okay.
So please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the spots. Speak to the microphone to your left. Thank you. Great.
I'm ready.
So, one more time for the record of the court, sir, state your full name.
Officer Jalen Brown.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
With what agency or department?
Detroit Police Department.
And sir, were you working on June 9th of this year?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working on that day?
Midnight shift.
And what is midnight? What time?
That day we started at 10 p.m.
So at 10 p.m. on the 9th, and then you would go overnight into the morning of the 10th, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, at about 11:22 that day, on the 9th, did you have occasion to be dispatched to an address 20348 Burr Road?
Yes, I did.
And was anybody with you when you went to that address?
Yes, Officer Franklin.
And what was the nature of the dispatch that drew you to that address?
Dead on the scene policeman.
What type of structure is located?
So,
Single family home?
yes.
And was anybody present when you arrived?
Fire department was
Anybody else present on the scene?
family.
The family being who?
The family of all of the residents except for one person there. Okay.
And what did you do when you arrived?
When I got there, I cleared the house.
Okay.
Make sure no one else was in there.
Was anybody present in the home?
So the fire department, that was it. Everyone else was told to step up.
And did you observe anything of note in the home?
Yes.
And what did you see specifically?
I saw, well, first I smelled lighter fluid.
Okay, when did you smell the lighter?
As soon as I hit the door. Like, as soon as I walked through the door, I smelled lighter fluid.
And did you notice anything else unusual in the home?
I seen that all the fire detectors, well, not all of them, but some of the fire detectors were taken off.
Where were those placed? So they were taken off. How do you know they were taken off?
As you can see where they were supposed to be at.
Okay, and did you see the smoke detectors?
Yes.
And were they somewhere other than where you saw those, the place they were supposed to be?
Yes.
Did you see a decedent?
Yes.
And where, specifically, what did you see?
I seen her laying on the bed, her right arm and right leg were hanging off.
And which room of the home was this?
In the bedroom.
And how, you know how many bedrooms were in the house?
Me, 3.
And you said her right arm and right leg were hanging off. Anything else about the way she was positioned that you recall? Do you recall she was face up or face down?
She was face up.
Did you notice anything unusual or out of the ordinary about the eye of this person?
From about the knee to her ankle on her right leg, her skin was burned off.
Sir, did you have occasion to speak with any witnesses when you were on the scene?
I spoke to the victim's daughter briefly.
Were you able to identify the victim?
Yes.
And what was the decedent's name?
Ms. Smith?
Would that be contained within your report?
Yes.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness? Okay. So don't read from the report, look over the report. When your recollection as to the name is refreshed, okay?
Okay.
Was your recollection as to the name of the deceased refreshed? Okay, sir, what was the name of the deceased?
Stacy Lynn Smith.
And sir, what else, if anything, did you do while you were on scene?
I maintained the scene for.
You say maintain the scene.
I kept anyone else out of it.
Did other law enforcement officials arrive?
Yes, I made notifications so that other people would show up as well. Other officers.
And did you collect any physical evidence on the scene?
No.
Were you there the entire time the investigation was underway?
Yes.
And you did offer a report in this case, correct?
Yes.
And aside from that, did you have any further involvement?
No.
You first responded to that location, correct?
Yes.
And when you got there were individuals inside the house, correct?
There were firefighters, yes.
Okay, so none of the family members were inside the house?
No.
Just the firefighters?
Yes.
And testified that you saw some smoke alarm?
Yes.
And they were.
Pardon me?
Where did you see them?
I seen them misplaced.
When you say misplaced, what do you mean by that?
Because I could see, just like if we were to look at something up here, if it was missing, you would be able to tell.
Okay, so did you see smoke detectors at that location?
Yes, somewhere on the floor.
Did you ever look to see if they had batteries in?
I didn't want to touch it.
Okay, so you didn't want to touch them, and you don't know how they got to where they were at the time that you saw them.
No.
Let me get you a question.
Can you redirect? No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step in.
Your Honor, I can call down the time.
This is your last one.
Sure.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat with this box right next to it. was a nice amount of students that might come. Ready, Gammy, ready.
Ms. Temple, one more time, if you could, can you state your name for the record of the court?
Dominique Temple.
And Ms. Temple, you got some paper with you today. I'm gonna take that from you for now, okay? And
Okay.
if you need it, you just let me know.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Ms. Temple, do you know a person named Cortez Cole?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
He was my friend at work,
At work, where's work?
British Water Interiors,
And how long have you two been acquaintances or friends at the office?
5 years.
The person that you know as your work friend, Mr. Coleman, you see him here in court,
I do.
can you tell us what he's wearing, where he's seated?
He said it's right. When brand new turquoise. When baby blue mask on.
Record of like identification. Were you working with him in June of this year, specifically June of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And did you work on June the 9th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And was Mr. Coleman present at work that day?
He left work early.
Okay, when you say left work early, you know about when you left?
Our shift starts at 10:15. I came in probably at 10:10. I see him on the floor. First rotation, second rotation, which starts at 12:15, he was not there.
And what about the next day, the 10th? Did you work that day?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the schedule of your coworker, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, I am.
And is it typical for him to work on that day as the day that you work?
Yes,
Was he present at work that day, the next day?
which would be Friday. No, he was not.
Ma'am, did you ever talk with him outside of work?
Yes, I did.
And how did you communicate with him?
On the phone, through text messages.
So did you have a number for him saved in your phone?
Yes, I did.
And is this a phone number that you've actually spoken to him on before?
Yes,
So I want to talk to you about the 10th. Did you talk to Mr. Coleman that day?
the 10th was,
Right.
no, I did not talk to him Friday.
So you saw him at work on Thursday, right?
Yes.
When was the next time you talked to him?
I talked to him Saturday at 1:41 PM through Facebook audio.
Facebook audio?
Yes,
Was there video or just audio?
it was just audio, no video.
And you said you known him for 5 years, right?
Yes,
And did you recognize the voice as being his?
yes.
And is this an account that you two have spoken with or used to communicate before?
No, we never, talked on Facebook audio.
But was he your Facebook friend?
Yes,
And how long, and was this his, or the account that you knew to be him that you were talking with?
yes.
And what, if anything, did he say during the conversation?
1:41 PM when he called me one Saturday. He said, "Hey, friend." I said, "Hey." I said, "What's going on?" He was like, "Nothing. What you mean?" I'm like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I'm hearing some things."
And what did he say next?
He was like, "What did you hear?"
So we don't want to talk about what you heard, we just want to talk about the words that came out of his mouth. So did you convey to him some things that you had heard out of the community?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say there as a response?
He said, "I messed up, friend. Yes, they are true."
Did you know, the person that he was dating, Miss Smith?
No, I did not.
But did you know of her?
Yes, I knew of her.
And did he make any references to her during this conversation?
Yes, he did.
And did he say that he had done anything to or with her?
Yes, he did.
And what specifically did he tell you?
He said, "I killed my baby."
Did he say anything else about him and Miss Smith's relationship?
Not that particular day.
Nothing.
Did he tell you that she tried to attack you?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide any information to you in reference to, her having a weapon?
Yes, he said she tried to stab him.
Okay. What about choking?
He said that she tried to choke him with a belt.
Now, this Facebook audio, tell me how it works.
Basically, it's like a button that you can call. Either you can do a video chat or you can do a audio chat.
Okay, and what type of chat did you do with Mr. Hunt?
It was audio.
Audio chat. And is that somehow logged into your Facebook account?
What do you mean?
I mean, can you go back and see where you called?
Yes, but he deactivated his page.
But you didn't deactivate yours, did you?
No, I did not.
You gave a statement to the police.
Yes, I did.
All the information contained in that statement was truthful.
Yes, it was.
How did you get in touch with the police?
I didn't get in contact with the police. They came to me.
You know how they happened to come across your information?
Objection, all suspended.
Just either she knows or she don't. Yes or no? How would she know? She wouldn't speculate. Somebody knows who. That's the statement. Police came to your home,
Correct.
and when they came to your home, they took the statement that same day.
Yes, they did.
Have you spoken to them on the phone prior to them coming to your home?
No.
So they just showed up and started questioning.
Yes, they did.
You ever provided with any information in reference to Mr. Coleman blacking out?
Could you repeat that?
You ever provided any information about Mr. Coleman blacking out?
No. So did I provide information?
No. Did he provide information to you about him blacking out?
Yes, he did. He did say he blacked out.
That's the last time you spoke to Mr. Coleman on that Saturday?
No, I spoke to him. One second. Oh, I mean, that Sunday also.
Facebook, by Facebook again?
No, he had another number that he was using.
And did you have a conversation with him that day as well?
Yes,
Did you tell the police about that?
I did.
Any additional questions?
You reiterate? No, Judge, I asked this question.
Thank you, man. You messed up now. You're also.
No further.
Oh, these witnesses for this, and at this time, Judge, we're not calling any witnesses for this.
All right, people. Thank you, Your Honor. I move for bind over as charged. The evidence here today shows that the defendant was present in the home with the victim, Ms. Smith. We have the testimony and report of Dr. Sung, who opines that it was the cause and manner of the cause, strangulation, and manner of the homicide. Furthermore, we have the statement by Ms. Temple as to the fact that the defendant committed a crime. Your Honor, I think the issue really here is premeditation and deliberation. And I think Dr. Sung's testimony goes very strongly to that. Strangulation requires sustained pressure for an extended period of time. you have to apply that 5 to 10 pounds of pressure to the neck. And there was damage on both sides. And you have to hold that, not for a second or two, but for up to 5 minutes in order to cause the death. And when we look at premeditation and deliberation, I believe that a reasonable finder of fact to determine that that was enough time to second guess one's decision to actually formulate the necessary intent for first degree homicide. So again, I ask for bind over as charged.
Judge, I don't believe that they demonstrated premeditation. The issue here, and that's really the main issue here. Looking at this, the doctor attempted to say 5 minutes and 10 pounds of pressure, but then in the cross-examined, he said it could have been a lesser time, it'd be 2 minutes. Or
Initially,
something.
he said minutes to 5 minutes.
Yes.
Right. But even minutes, even if it was 30 seconds, I would submit to you would be enough time to premeditate or have some appreciation for what it is, the actions that you take.
And listening to this witness, it appears that there was some scuffle going on based upon her testimony and what she was provided.
Yeah, I think Mr. King fell asleep at the wheel and let that hearsay not offered by a party opponent get in. But anyway, you're right. I did hearsay that.
Okay, so it's our belief that it's the fruit of a heat of passion that's going on at this particular time, that it's not premeditated, it's a.
So why would this be a question of fact to be determined by a trial?
That's up to this court. If that's what this court believes, then this court, I object to the bind over based upon that for the reasons that I've stated on the record. And if the court believes that it's something different, you have to abide by what the
So
court.
based on the testimony that this court heard, the medical examiner indicated that the claimant witness died of strangulation. Based on the witness's testimony, it takes anywhere from a few minutes to 5 minutes of sustained pressure to effectuate a strangulation. I submit that would be enough time for premeditation and deliberation. The only other issue would be identification, and pursuant to the alleged admission by the defendant to his friend, he indicated that he killed his baby, that he messed up. That he also gave some other explanations as to why he did what he did. That makes it a question of fact to be determined by a trial. That the court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause and will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Proceedings. Is arraignment on the information, date, and time will be September 21st, 2022, at 9:00 a.m. And remain in Wayne County.
September 21st.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve my exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Should I approach?
Yes.
I need to speak to him.
We're breaking now, you wanna do the other person? They got 5 witnesses.
We have the parties come in and tell me that they're gonna take a break. Take a break.
Can I ask you a question, Judge? Can I ask you a question?
Mr. Sinclair, no.
What?
Yes.
Oh, I thought somebody said no. One second. All right.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hey, sir. Ms. Kehoe, we have to take a break.
I heard it's a birthday.
Yeah, well, these folks gotta eat too.
Birthday. That young lady right there.
Yeah.
35. Right over there. Okay, so I have to, Mr. Sinclair, he wasn't.
He's at the other end. Where is your stuff in our office? Where is it at? The other stuff. Okay, I gotta go to Giles Court. I'll grab the chicken. But I'm gonna wipe the tables down first.
All right. That's, look, that's the food.
Where you gotta go to,
So,
you good?
yeah, what's that?
Well, I tell you what, I ain't gonna bring it over here until you.
Somebody else needs stuff.
So you already told me we are doing.
What time?
So.
I'll let, Mr. Sinclair know.
Yeah. It's only a hallway out of the.
She said y'all can stay if you want.
Just call us myself, I'll be over.
Yeah, people call and they say, what is y'all waiting on?
Yeah, they waiting in the hallway, sitting down. They'll be waiting because he gotta run. He gotta run and pick up food.
Take my hair down. I'll be here all day.
I really do. I had a 3 o'clock appointment. Supposed to be out of town in the morning. I'm leaving in the morning. I ain't gonna have my hair done.
Bless you.
Back there, I'm wondering why you was standing
Oh,
there.
Did you see the judge?
I just had to grab my.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Sir, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
I was gonna steal them, but I was on camera. Have a good weekend, y'all.
You out of here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for everything. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm ready. Bring my man out. Well, you know what to do.
Calling case 2358002, people of the state of Michigan versus Nino Denzel.
Witness in the back, gotta bring him out.
Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3 and 4, felony firearms. Defendant has an habitual offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is James Rico, number 82812 on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Judge, Mr. Richard Claire, PA0512, here with Mr. Red, who's present standing to my left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Dino Denzel West, ready?
Today's the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are.
How many witnesses for the
6, Your Honor.
have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with?
2, Your Honor, I believe there's a stipulation at this time for the admission of the medical examiner's report.
Yes, for purposes of exam.
And
Court will receive that stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish the report?
Yes.
Record, may I just read a portion of what has been admitted as Exhibit 1 in today's record?
Please proceed.
Thank you. This is from the medical examiner report number 23-08908, performed by Dr. Loken Sung, interim chief medical examiner on Javante Daquan Garden back on July 19th, 2023. It is my opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. There were 3 gunshot wounds present on the body, 2 in the abdomen, and 1 in the left arm. There was no evidence of close range firing noted on the skin surrounding any of the wounds. Unless otherwise stated, the wound tracks are described when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. The gunshot wounds are arbitrarily numbered. For ease of description and do not reflect the sequence of firing, approximately 700 milliliters of partially clotted blood was within the abdominal cavity. Perforating gunshot wound to the left arm, labeled GSW number 1. There was a through and through entrance gunshot wound on the posterior left elbow. Wound track proceeded through the left olecranon/ulna and ended at the exit wound on the anterior left upper arm. The wound track was from back to front and slightly upward. Penetrating gunshot wound to the abdomen, labeled GSW number 2. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the right abdomen adjacent to the umbilicus. The wound track proceeded through the abdominal wall, mesentery, and bowel. The wound track was from front to back and downward. A cylindrical copper base and 8 copper trocars were recovered from the abdomen and retained. Penetrating gunshot wound to the abdomen, labeled GSW number 3. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the interior left abdomen. An abrasion was adjacent to the entrance wound. The wound track proceeded through the abdominal wall, colon, and ended within the soft tissue of the anterior left pelvis. The wound track was from front to back, left to right, and downward when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. A deformed, jacketed bullet was recovered from the front from the left pelvis and retained. The manner of death is homicide, and that was signed by Dr. Lokeman's son back on August 4th, 2023.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm also showing what is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 2, which is a certified copy of convictions for the felon in possession count.
And stipulation to submission. Yes.
And I move for its submission. May I publish the report?
Yes.
For the record, that's People's Exhibit 2. I believe those are the only two preliminary matters at this time.
Okay. Great, call your first witness.
People are ready, Your Honor, at this time. The people call forensic technician Cecilia Leskin.
And please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there.
Cecilia Lesson, CCILIALGSUNN.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Here, please open the door, have a seat. Speak nice and loud into the microphone that you to your left. Maybe getting your ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Leskin. Where are you currently employed?
The Detroit Police Department Crime Scene Services.
Let's get your name for the record.
Oh, I apologize.
Cecilia Leskin.
Thank you, Ms. Leskin. And again, you work for the Detroit Police Department Crime Scene Services?
Correct.
How long have you been in that role?
Just under a year and a half.
Were you working back in the early hours of July 18th, 2021, or excuse me, 2023?
Yes.
And did you get a run as it pertains to this case?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
About 3:10 it was dispatched to us,
Okay. What time did you make the scene?
around 3:40 a.m.
And where was the scene?
It was at the intersection of Tigerman and St. Mary's.
Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
When you arrived at the scene, what did you observe?
It was sectioned off at the intersection there, like with the police tape. There was a small pool of blood in the middle of the intersection, and then there were, 2 casings observed north of the intersection on St. Mary Street.
If I showed you some photographs from that morning, would you be able to recognize those?
Yes.
Showing what's been previously marked as proposed exhibits 3, 4, and 5, Your Honor, that approach?
Yes.
Approaching with those same. Ms. Leskin. Beginning with People's Proposed Exhibit number 3, Ms. Leskin, what is that?
This is an overall shot of the 2 placards indicating the casings.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the scene as you observed it back on July 18th, 2021?
Yes.
Other than the exhibit marker on the bottom there, have there been any changes or alterations to the depiction of the scene from that day?
No.
And moving to number 4, Ms. Leskin, what is that?
This would be a close-up shot of placard 1.
Again, is that a fair and accurate depiction of placard 1 as you observed it back on July 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Have there been any changes or alterations to that depiction?
No.
Finally, I'm moving to proposed exhibit 5, Ms. Leskin, what is that?
This is a close-up of placard 2.
Again, fair and accurate depiction of placard 2 as you observed it back on July 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Any changes or alterations?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of proposed exhibits 3, 4, and 5.
Admitted?
I publish?
Yes.
So starting, indicated that there were, two casings are at the scene,
Correct.
and who placed those placards?
Me and my partner.
Okay, who were you working with at that point?
Forensic technician William Greer.
Now, after the, scene was documented, what did you do?
After it was photographed, I swabbed the casings, I swabbed the pool of suspected blood, and then I collected the casings.
While you were on the scene that morning, July 18, 2023, did you make any other recovery?
At that scene, no.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Ms. Lessman.
Just briefly, Judge, good afternoon, Ms. Lester. How are you today?
Not bad, how about yourself?
Very well, thank you. Do you know what time the shooting took place in this situation?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know how long the shell cases have been outside when you got to the scene?
No.
You don't know how they got there?
No.
How many people were on the scene when you arrived?
There were, I believe, 5 people on the scene before when we arrived.
Were those 5 people officers or were they, just regular civilians?
They were officers.
Okay, so do you know if anybody else had any contact with the shell cases prior to your arrival?
No.
One second, please.
Can you redirect? Thank you, you missed it.
Here at this time, the people called forensic technician, Ms. Courtney Lowe. Sorry, it's Rowe, I apologize, that's Mark. I apologize, Judge. Ms. Brooklyn.
Please get your name and spelling to the young lady, see it there. Please raise your right hand. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat with this box right next to you. Speak to that microphone, to the left. Give me the ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Rowe. Could you just state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Courtney Rowe
Ms. Rowe, where are you currently employed?
with Detroit Police Department.
And what capacity?
I am a forensic technician trainee.
And how long have you been with the Detroit Police Department as a forensic technician trainee?
Since June 26, 2023.
Were you working back in the early hours, or excuse me, strike that, were you working back on July 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you receive a run as it pertains to this case on that date?
Yes, we did.
Okay, you say, wait, were you partnered with someone that day?
I was partnered with forensic technician Elizabeth Sterno.
Where did the run take you to on that morning?
It took us to 25620 West 12 Mile Road in Southfield.
Okay, and what time did you first receive that run?
May I refer to my report for that?
Yeah, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
It was 5:15 PM.
What, did you make that location?
Yes.
What time did you get there?
We got there at 5:40 PM.
What kind of location or what kind of area was this?
It was an apartment complex and it was a 3-story brick apartment building. Specifically the apartment, we were advised, we'd seen that there was.
Is it objection to hearsay?
Judge, it's affecting the listener as to why they searched a specific area.
I'll take it that and do.
Where did you specifically go at that place?
We went to apartment 204.
Thank you. And when you went to apartment 204, what did you observe?
Could you be more specific?
Well, when you first walked in, where was the first place you went?
Okay, we were in the entryway, which in front of us was the kitchen and to kind of think directional. So yeah, so the entryway was north of the door, and then to the east was the living room, north was the kitchen.
And when you arrived at the scene, did you document it in any way?
Yes.
How so?
We took photographs of the scene, my partner did, and then I took notes for the report that I wrote.
Would you recognize copies of those photographs if I showed them to you today?
Yes.
I've shown opposing counsel what have been previously marked as people's proposed exhibit 6 through 10. May I approach? Okay. We're going to answer this. We're going to start with what's marked as proposed exhibit number 6. Ms. Rowe, what is that?
So item number 6 is on the balcony of apartment 204. That is a red, white, and blue Adidas hoodie that was burnt, along with a pair of white Nike sneakers that were also burnt.
Okay, and does that proposed exhibit 6 fairly and accurately depict that area of the scene as you observed it back on July 23rd of this year?
Yes.
Have there been any changes or alterations to that depiction since you saw it back on July 23rd?
No.
Thank you. Can you move to proposed number 7, please, Ms. Rowe?
Yes.
What is that?
So these are 3 envelopes with the name Vino Red, addressed to 525 Franklin Road in Southfield. They were found in the living room on a suitcase.
Okay. And again, does this photograph fairly and accurately depict those items that you saw back on July 23rd?
Yes.
Have there been any changes or alterations to that depiction since you observed them back on July 23rd?
No.
Moving to post number 8, Ms. Rowe.
This was a Michigan driver's license for Zion Kings found in the living room on a blue tote.
Okay. And again, is this a fair and accurate depiction of that identification that you observed back on July 23rd, 2023?
Yes.
Have there been any changes or alterations to that depiction?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. And moving to proposed exhibit number 9.
Okay. That is the Taurus 40 cal firearm with a magazine that had live rounds, 40 cal, with 1 40 cal live round in the chamber.
Again, Ms. Rowe, fair and accurate depiction of the firearm as you observed it back on July 23rd?
Yes.
Any changes or alterations to that depiction?
No.
Finally, Ms. Rowe, moving to proposed 10, what is that?
That is a close-up of the said firearm, the Taurus 40 cal firearm. That is with the magazine removed and the live round removed from the chamber.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. And again, fair and accurate depiction of that same firearm from July 23rd?
Yes.
Any changes or alterations?
No.
All right, move to the admission of proposed exhibits 6 through 10.
Union judgment. Just the number 6, Judge. I'm not clear on how picture of shoes, a burnt shoe.
I can't hear you, sir. Just a second.
Just an objection to number 6. I'm not clear on how the burnt shoe and a hoodie is relevant to what we're here for today. Objection to 7 through 10.
All right. Looks like the potential destruction of evidence would support consciousness of guilt, so I would have to pay a bit.
All right, I noticed that you don't have tampering with evidence as a potential charge here.
That's correct.
Is that forthcoming?
If the evidence supports the judge.
It's not relevant at this point, so I guess the objection would be like the foundation has to have that particular picture.
Thank you, Mayor Public.
Yes.
Now, apart from the the apartment itself, Ms. Rhoda, did you search anywhere else that day?
No.
Were any
I'm
other?
sorry, what was that last question?
They searched it. Was anything else recovered, by you on that scene?
At the scene, yes.
What else was recovered by you, Ms. Rhoda?
I have this on my report. We recovered a Ford key fob.
Objection to the use of weed. Tell us what you recovered. What was recovered. Objection to the use of weed.
Again, Ms. Rhoda, just what you saw did or,
Okay,
did, okay?
right.
So, what did you say you recovered that day?
There was a Ford key fob that was recovered. There was an Apple iPhone. There were two, actually, one that was pink, one with a translucent case that we handed over to the
Objection to the
defendant.
use of weed and
I'm
the
sorry.
foundational objection for the last.
Testify as to what you did on what you recovered.
So, there was a box of 223 live rounds, 50-count POG that was recovered in the bedroom. There was one live round, 40 cal.
Judge, I object, just based on the way she's answering the question to make it seem I can't tell if she did that or if she didn't, or she somehow later got the information that's.
So, again, Ms. Rowe, only things that either you did or were done in your presence, okay?
Okay.
You can tell us exactly what you did and what you witnessed. Let us know.
So I recovered a box of 223 live rounds, 50-count POG from the bedroom closet. I recovered a 40-cal live round from the bedroom floor. I just have a question. Am I allowed to say something?
Okay, it's something that was done in your presence.
Okay. In my presence, my partner collected a DNA swab of the trigger and grip of the Taurus firearm. And I believe that is everything that we collected.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for Ms. Rowe.
Cross-examine.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Rowe, how are you?
Good morning.
I'm good, thank you for asking. Just a couple quick questions. You testified to recovering a firearm at this apartment, right?
Correct.
Did you take apart the firearm at all?
I observed my partner removing the magazine from the firearm and unloading the chamber.
Okay, what was the capacity of that magazine?
We did not unload the magazine. My partner did not unload the magazine when she removed it from the firearm.
Okay, so do you have any information as to how many bullets that the magazine holds?
I do not.
You know, if any bullets were missing from the magazine?
I do.
Thank you. Let's go to exhibit 6. The exhibit that was submitted, some speakers on the balcony. Did you smell any smoke or anything that you went out to the balcony area?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did you smell any smoke or anything that would alert you to the fact of when the fire happened, when you went out to the balcony?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how long those speakers have been there?
No.
Okay. You don't know how long the fire was?
No.
There's not personal witness. Okay. You take some of those left an opportunity to. All set.
Yes.
Wait, what is it? You okay with it?
Or do you know?
So,
What is it that I have showed you? What's shown in the pictures that I showed you, things that are in your hand?
there's a hand holding a lighter next to a shoe. And then a shoe that is on fire.
Okay, is the shoe that's in the picture that's on fire consistent with the type of shoe that you saw on the day that you went to the apartment in the situation?
Yes.
Okay, on the, one of those pictures, it appears to be like a screenshot from like the, on one of those pictures that I showed you, does it appear to be, like a date or a timestamp on it?
There is a timestamp on
What is that timestamp say?
11.
11 a.m. p.m.
It does not specify.
Does it have a date associated with it
Not,
on any of those two pictures?
okay, one of, the photo says 2:22, June 13th at 2:23 a.m.
The things with food, you have, the things with post exhibit A, with all three pictures together as exhibit A. Any objection? All right. Commissioner? Yes. Commissioner Coach? Yes. So based on those pictures that I showed you, is it reasonable for you to believe that those shoes have been burnt in June?
Objection, as to this witness expected that sustained.
One second. How many people were present at the apartment when you were there to, on the date that you're testifying to?
You said how many people were present?
Yes.
I believe it was 5.
Okay, how many males were present?
2.
How many females?
3.
I guess that's obvious, right?
Yeah.
You know how many people regularly reside there?
I reside in the apartment?
Yes.
No.
You know how many people have access to the, apartment?
No.
Okay. Where specifically again was the firearm found? Like, for example, on a piece of furniture, in a bag, on top of the refrigerator?
Yeah, so it was found in the living room on top of a blue tote that had various items in it.
Okay. And you personally did the DNA swabs of the weapon?
As stated with my partner, I witnessed her swab the firearm.
So the answer to my question is no?
Correct.
Okay, did you submit those, swabs for analysis, or did someone else do that? Or do you know that they submitted?
All I know is we submitted it to our property evidence, and that's as far as we take it.
Fair enough, thank you. 1 second, please. No further questions, please.
Can you read the records? All right, thank you, you may go.
At this time, Your Honor, people call Officer Nasser to the stand.
Just give your name and spelling to the name of the
Melly.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in this box next to me. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Officer Nasser, could you again just state your name for the record, please, sir?
Leonard Nancy,
Thank you, sir. Where are you currently employed?
City of Detroit Police Department, 6th Precinct,
How long have you been with the 6th precinct?
5 years.
Okay. Were you working as a 6th precinct officer back on July 18th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you receive a run as it pertains to this case?
Yes.
What time was that?
Approximately close to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Did you make the scene?
Yes.
What time was that?
I do not recall the exact time of my run.
When you arrived on the scene, what did you observe?
I observed the male laying down on the ground on the northeast corner of Diamond and Edgewood.
How many individuals were at the scene when you arrived?
Approximately 2.
Okay. Apart from the individual that was lying, did you come into contact?
Another male.
Were those the only 2 individuals on the scene at that time?
Yes.
After your initial response, what did you do?
I rendered aid to the gentleman that was on the ground. That seemed to be bleeding.
Where was the individual bleeding from?
The lower abdominal area. Stomach.
After rendering aid to this individual, what was the next thing you did?
I canvassed the area for any footage, possible cameras that would have caught what occurred at that time.
Did you find anything during your canvas?
Yes.
What did you find?
Upon a ring doorbell footage that caught the vehicle that approached the 2 gentlemen, or the gentleman that was laying down on the ground, and then it kind of cuts off when the gentleman got out the vehicle.
Okay. Before we got into all that, where was this particular camera located?
At 161, I believe it's 16/8/15 timing.
Okay. And after viewing that footage, what did you do?
I asked the resident of that location to email me that footage.
Did you receive a copy of that footage?
Yes.
Okay, and would you recognize a copy of that video if I showed it to you today?
Yes.
I will be showing Mr. Sinclair what is marked as people proposed to 13.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Approaching with proposed exhibit 13. Answer, I'm going to give you my laptop here. Please feel free to watch as much of that as you need.
Also.
Thank you, sir. Retrieve that. So first, Officer Nasser, what was People's Proposed Exhibit 13?
That's the footage that was retrieved from the ring. Yeah.
First, is that the same video that you saw when you spoke to the homeowner?
Yes.
Is that the same video that you then received from the homeowner?
Yes.
After your review just now, have there been any changes or alterations to the video since you first saw it and then when you collected it?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move for the admission of proposed 13 in evidence.
No, they did.
May I publish to the court?
Yes.
We're gonna begin with the 06. Now, Officer Nasser, after speaking to the homeowner and collecting the video, did you have any further contact with any other individuals on the scene?
Yes, there was another.
Was that the same individual that was there when you first arrived?
Yes.
Do you recall that individual's name?
I do not, no name was retrieved from him at that time.
There was no name retrieved at that time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for Officer Nasser.
Prosecutor, you have one second, please. No questions. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
At this time, the people called Nadia Dixon to the stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over here. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. The voice of nice and loud, speaking to the microphone will be to your left, okay? And again, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Dixon. Could you just state your name again for the record, please?
Nadia Dixon,
Thank you. Ms. Dixon, where do you work?
Detroit Police Homicide.
What are your duties with the Detroit Police Homicide?
I am a crime analyst, so I do a lot of intel work, investigation.
As it pertains to this particular matter, were you primarily focused on?
Finding anything that I can in regards to the case as far as vehicles, looking at different camera aspects, finding all the intel about whoever's involved.
Did you make any discoveries as it pertains to vehicles that may have been involved in this case?
Yes.
What was that?
I observed on the camera a Ford Fusion, and I relayed that information to my squad.
Speaking to the microphone, keep the voice up, please.
You said, what kind of camera was that?
It was a dumping camera.
What's a dumping camera?
So these are different camera assets that are placed throughout the city, different locations that try to capture people illegally dumping when it's not used just for that. It can be used for anything.
Okay. And in particular, where was that camera at that you made this observation?
That camera was located at Menthol and Tireman, facing northbound.
After you made that observation, what'd you do with the video?
I preserved the video, and I then passed the video over to the detective to place on him.
Would you recognize a copy of that video if I showed it to you today?
Yes.
And I'm showing Mr. Sinclair what's previously marked as proposed exhibit. And you're on manager.
Amen.
Thank you. I'm gonna use my laptop here. Please take a look at proposed exhibit 14 as much as you need. Is that same video that you collected from the dumping camera, Ms. Dixon?
Yes,
Have there been any changes or alterations to the footage since you first observed it?
no,
I move for the admission of proposed exhibit 14.
You heard it. Okay. Amen.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, we'll be beginning at the 0 second. Apart from the collecting any videos of potential vehicles, Ms. Dixon, did you do any follow-up as it pertains to the vehicles themselves?
yes.
What was that?
So I, then took the license plate of his car, put it into our LPR system. So I can see different images of when his vehicle was captured. And I can see different images like in daylight. And then once I did more investigating, found out, who the car was registered to, and I just passed that information on to the detective to further investigate.
How do you determine who the car is registered to?
We look in Lane to see, who it's registered to, and it wasn't registered to a specific person, it was a rental company.
After you discovered that it was a rental company, did you do any further investigation into the registration of that vehicle?
I did not. I handed that information that I found off to the detectives.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Cross examination. Good afternoon, Ms. Dixon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, thanks. Just to, how you reviewed a video a couple seconds ago from the laptop that showed, a particular vehicle. What time was on that video that you viewed? Or you need to see it again?
Yeah, I would need to see it again. I think it was like 2:08, but I don't know. 2:09 AM.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. You know what time the shooting took place in this particular situation?
No, I am not, sure.
Thank you. One second. Manitowoc is tired. How far away is that from St. Mary's in town?
A block over.
One second. No further questions. You redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Officer, what made you focus your attention on this particular vehicle?
I was given a video, a ring video that was disseminated to our other investigators and myself. And, I observed the video and I noticed that it was other camera assets that I had access to. And so when I pulled up the other camera, that was the exact same vehicle that was on the ring video.
Okay, thank you. Any questions based on my question?
Okay.
What other camera views are you referring to? You said you had access to.
No, I'm saying, I have access to like a lot of cameras, different cameras, but for the specific one is the dumping camera that I'm talking about.
So are you saying that you looked at those other cameras to determine something as it relates to this particular camera?
The ring camera, I compared it with the dumping camera.
So you're saying, and I just want to be clear, you're saying you looked at the ring camera and then you looked at the dumping camera for Meditol and timing? And
Yes.
that's how you made that determination?
Yes.
Okay, was it, so,
Was there any conversation between you and any of the, other officers that were actually at the scene when they picked up that ring video? Was there any conversation as to what type of vehicle that was?
No, it was not.
Or so you solely made that determination as to what type of vehicle, excuse me, what type of vehicle it was?
Yes.
So how did you make a determination as to like what color the vehicle was?
No, I just determined that it was a light colored vehicle.
Okay, do you know what color the vehicle was that you saw in your Duncan camera?
No, I cannot, but I compared it because I placed a license plate in our LPR system. Our LPR system is a license plate reader. You can see when the license plate has hit different times, it can be different days, earlier in the day. And that's how I was able to observe and see a daylight picture and see what color it was.
Okay, so you got the license plate from the Duncan camera at Minton Town?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no way for you to know, if the vehicle matched in color or anything of that nature, based on what you saw on the ring camera?
No.
Okay. So you just basically saying the car that you saw on the Duncan camera at Minton Town, it looked similar to the one that you saw earlier?
Yes, I compared it with the realms of the vehicle. We studied different vehicles, so I looked at see if there was any noticeable damage, looked at the rims to see if they matched. And that's
Is a Fusion a relatively common vehicle in your line of work that you see?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
The ring camera that you observed, were you able to determine the license plate of the vehicle was of that?
No, I was not.
You figure out some of the make and model of the vehicle?
Yes.
And then you were able to find similar make and model of that vehicle, and then you saw the license plate from the dump, right?
Yes.
Any questions based on?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, please, sir. That's what this is.
All right, I think at this time we're ready for Mr. Poole.
All right.
All right, Mr. Poole. You know, step around, you don't follow me.
Sir, tell us your name and spell it for us, please.
Artez Poole,
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box. Speaking to that microphone that'll be to your left, okay? Maybe during the rest.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Poole. Could you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Artez Poole.
Thank you, sir. I want to draw your attention back to the early morning hours of July 18th of this year, okay, sir? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were you that morning, sir?
Same area, the timer.
Okay. Who were you with that morning?
Tay.
Who's Tay to you?
Brother.
Biological or like, close friend? Brother?
Close friend, basically brother to me, sir.
What was Tay's, do you know Tay's full name?
Not full name.
And about what time were you and Tay over in that area?
Around 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Is that AM or PM?
AM, sir.
And while you're over in that area, does something happen?
Yeah.
What's the first thing that happens as part of this incident?
The car had pulled up and stopped. Me and Tay minding our business, ready to have a good time. You know, take a couple of drinks, got cigarettes. When the car pulled up and stopped. Then we are talking to a white car. I'm not pretty sure too much details about the car.
Okay.
In my opinion, it was a Apollo plate. Pretty sure it wasn't.
So you say it was a white car, you think?
Yes, sir.
How many doors, if you recall?
4.
Okay. How many people were in the car?
2.
Could you describe those two individuals?
Yeah, him and the female.
Well, could you describe, you say him, could you describe what the man looked like?
Light skin, red tattoo on the left side, about 6'2", 6'3".
Okay. And you said there was also a female?
Yeah.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I didn't know she was dark skinned. I wasn't really paying too much attention to her.
After this car pulls up, what happens?
Guy jumped out of the car.
Said, who you guys talking to? Me and my little brother looked at each other crazy, and looked at the man. We're not even talking, we don't know you. Never seen this guy from the can thing. Notice that. Then he said some shit talking about strip.
You
know what I'm
said,
saying?
you said he said something about what?
Strip.
What strip?
Where your money at, where money at, something like that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so after that statement's made, what do you do?
But me and Tay looked at each other, looked at him like, no money, you know what I'm saying? From the can thing.
So what's the next thing that happens?
So we both tell him, like, we not even on that type of time, calm down, bro. We're trying to mind our business, head to where we headed to. You know what I'm saying? That's when I seen the guy clutching the gun in his right hand. I said, my little bro, maybe we should let him have it, just let's get the bomb, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Some shots fired off.
So let's go back a little bit. So you say after he says to strip, when's the first time you see the gun?
When he actually said that, I was wondering why he said strip, and I'm paying attention to stuff. That's when I seen him clutching the gun in his right hand.
Did you see where the gun came from?
I'm guessing he already had it in his hand.
If you saw it, you could tell us. If you didn't, let us know, okay? Did you see that he already had the gun in his hand or did he pull it from something? Do you know?
No, he already had it.
At any point did the other individual ever exit the car?
No.
Okay. So the gun is in his right hand. Where is the gun pointed?
Nowhere at the time.
How is it being held?
Right hand.
Right hand, and you're pointing down, is that fair?
Yeah, out of here. Yeah.
Okay. What happens after you see that gun?
After I see the gun, I'll tell my little brother, like, maybe we should let him have it. Let's just walk away. You know what I'm saying? That's when my brother, like, no, big bro, you don't understand and respect us, so we're not bothering. That's when the 2 shots popped up. I ran to my homeboy crib, he stayed 2 doors down.
Sir, your objection to narrative.
So you hear the 2 gunshots. What do you specifically do?
I realized we were the same area as the title. I go to my homeboy crib, 2 doors down, banging on the door, down there, yanking the screen door in. Call the ambulance, and the title.
And so while you're doing that, do you see Tay at that point?
Yeah, Tay, I'm still keeping eyes and visual on Tay when I'm knocking on the door. I keep my eyes on Tay, visual on Tay, you know what I'm saying?
And where's Tay at?
You know, same area as the title, like in the middle of the street.
What is he doing?
He just laying there, calling for my name, Tez, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling my homeboy, Rick, you know what I'm saying? Tell him bring me a towel for the ambulance. My homeboy asked me, Tez, you tripping?
Okay, so you've talked to your homeboy and you see Tay is in the intersection. About how long from when you first see this car to this point has passed?
Excuse me?
How long has passed between when you first see this light colored car to you're banging on the door?
About instantly, you know what I'm saying?
You say about instantly?
Yeah, as soon as the shots went off, I hopped in the car, he left, that's when I went down to my homeboy crib. And then he handed me a towel for the ambulance, and I went back to take, trying to put pressure on his body, you know what I'm saying? He kept telling me, don't let me die, don't let me die. Tears started falling, you know what I'm saying? And I tell him, I yell at him, I say, go first.
Okay, we gotta break it up a lot, okay? I appreciate you telling me everything, but did you see where this car went after it pulled off?
It drove to the right side.
Okay, did it turn? On what street did it turn?
Right. Mansfield.
You said Mansfield?
Mansfield and Metatop, both of them hands.
Okay. Did you see when this car first pulled up where it came from?
Behind us.
Okay, what was behind you from that direction?
Same area as the tire, and so behind us would be, I really don't know that street.
That's okay.
I just know the car came from behind us.
Okay. Now, after going and alerting your friends and asking for towels, does anyone else come to the scene?
No, man came from Louis, the guy asked for the towels, because he made sure the ambulance came, you know what I'm saying, and then that's when we went back in the creek, because it was too much for him to handle, you know what I'm saying, he a close friend with Lawrence too.
Okay, what did you do after he went back inside?
I went back to my little brother, putting pressure on him and everything, trying to do the best I can.
And after you go and tend to your brother, Does anyone else show up after that?
The police came.
Okay, about how long after the shots have been fired did the police show up?
I say roughly about 5 minutes to 10.
Okay, during those 5 to 10 minutes, does anyone else come?
The ambulance.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Did you ever see any other civilians?
No.
Now, Mr. Poole, I want to talk to you about, you eventually met with the police, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you gave them a statement?
No.
At some point, were you shown some photos?
No.
You don't recall being shown any photos?
The people that did?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What happened during that process?
They showed me people with dreads, hair, you know, people that don't even make sense, that I described.
Okay.
Then they showed me some blank pictures. I don't know if they're being funny or some blank pictures or some stuff like that.
And what was your how cooperative at that point did you want to be in this process?
I wanted to, but I was tired of the head. I was traumatized. I was going through it. I'm already going through it. I seem like I'm losing everything in my life. I'm fair as hell. Excuse my language.
Okay. Well, and then, Mr. Poole, the only thing I forgot to ask is, could you describe the gun that you saw?
I couldn't really describe it. It's dark as hell. So,
Okay.
I can't really describe. I just know it was some type of compact pistol.
Okay, thank you. That's okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Poole.
Cross-examine. Sir, the question initially started, you said you saw him and another female. Are you referring to someone here in the courtroom?
I could not really tell you, sir.
Okay.
I was so worried about the situation that was going on. I wasn't even worried about it.
So you're not able to identify?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions based on my question?
No, good.
Thank you, sir. You may start. As it relates to the witness detained, Mr. Kudo?
Your Honor, I have an order to exterminate the witnesses here as the done at this time.
I'm not free.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, God. Well, no harassment. Thank God. Appreciate it, sir.
You want you to behave, okay? This is a.
That's
Don't give these guys no more problems, all right? Don't give these guys any problems.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Lastly, we call Detective Michael Kenneth to the same judge.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you state your name again, please, sir?
Detective Michael McGinn.
Thank you, sir. What's your role in this case?
I was the officer in charge of this case.
When did you first become involved?
The night that it occurred. I was
Taking him down.
Did you? Mr. Sinclair wants you to repeat that answer, sir.
I was at another scene in the area, somewhere in the 6th precinct when I got a call.
Did you make the scene for this case?
I did.
Your call about what time that was?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
That was closer to 3:30.
Okay, when you arrived on the scene, was anyone else still there?
Yes, the evidence experts said.
Okay, were any civilians present?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And then, as it pertains to the search that was done in this case, did you make that scene, sir?
I did.
Okay, what was your role as part of that search?
So the officer in charge of the case, so guiding specs, my team.
Apart from the apartment itself, did you locate anything else while you were on the scene that day, sir?
While on the scene?
Yes, sir. At the scene of the search, I apologize, not entirely.
At the search scene, that's where we located a firearm.
Okay. Did you locate anything outside, sir?
We also observed a Ford Fusion. Excuse me.
Just what you saw, sir.
I observed a Ford Fusion that we had previously been looking at.
Okay, and do you recall the license plate on that Ford Fusion?
I believe it started with David Edward, but I don't have.
You say you saw before the fusion, where you see it?
I saw it in the parking lot of the apartment office, both my level search.
Now, as part of your investigation, were you able to find anything else about well, first, you were here when Ms. Dixon testified, sir?
Yes.
She testified about her investigation into the registration of that vehicle?
Yes.
Did you do any supplemental investigation after Ms. Dixon was done?
After she did her investigation later to me, I searched the lane as well to see where the vehicle came back to. Came back to an LLC that we had another investigator in contact with.
Did you receive anything from that LLC as it pertains to this vehicle?
Oh, rental agreement.
Okay, would you recognize a copy of that agreement if I showed it to you?
Okay.
I'm showing what's marked as proposed 12. Can I approach? Yeah. Approach you. Proposed exhibit 12. Detective McKibben, what did I hand you?
The rental agreement.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the rental agreement?
Yes.
Apart from my scribbling on the front with the exhibit number, have there been any changes or alterations to it, sir?
No.
I move for the admission of proposed exhibit number 12 in evidence.
No, Judge. Admitted.
And sir, who was that car registered to?
The car, as I recall, was rented out to a Miss Merchant.
Okay. Do you know who the apartment that this search took place at was registered to?
Miss Merchant.
Okay. Do you know this merchant's relationship?
To lack foundation of last year, slightly lack foundation.
That the apartment was rented to this merchant.
He testified that the vehicle was rented to Ms. Merchant, and the question was, did this officer know who the apartment was rented to? Didn't give the name, but there was no foundation as to how to know who the apartment was rented to.
That's that question. How do you know it was rented to this merchant?
We contacted the apartment.
Information that you received.
Sorry, say that again, sir.
That's based on information that you received that it was rented to this merchant.
Yes.
And did you determine the relationship between this merchant and Mr. Red?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
Dating relationship.
And when you did the search at the apartment,
How do you know that?
oh, sorry, how did you determine that, sir?
This was based on a previous police report where both Miss Merchant and Mr. Red were named.
Okay. I want to get into the details of that, sir.
And I asked the court to strike its answer to the same lack of foundation.
So going back to the apartment for the moment, when you arrived to do that search, how many people were in the apartment?
3.
Okay. Do you recall who was there?
Mr. Red, Miss Merchant, and Maya, I want to say her name escapes me.
So based on that, would be 2 females, 1 male, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish number 12 to the court?
Yes.
Now, sir, as it pertains to the casings and the firearm that were collected, are you familiar with those, sir?
Yes.
After those were collected, what happened to them?
The firearm, the casings were collected and put on evidence.
Objection of that foundation.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear this.
He said the casings were collected and put on evidence.
Yes, sir. The question prior to was did this officer know what happened with the firearm and things of that nature? He said they were collected and put on evidence, so we have no information on the record as to who did what.
Steve, I'm gonna have to take this.
Understand, sir. We'll do it like this, Judge. That's fine. You were part of the search at the scene, sir?
Yes.
What happened to the casings that were on the scene, sir?
They were photographed by evidence techs and collected
by whom?
The evidence techs collected and put on evidence after swatting, photograph, and such.
And what about the firearm that was recovered at the apartment?
That was another evidence tech or another team of evidence techs. They came, photographed, swabbed, collected. I was.
And after items are collected and preserved for evidence, who's in charge of those items?
All evidence that I'm in charge of, but a firearm was then sent out to our night unit.
I know the court probably knows this, but for my own edification, what's the night unit?
That's the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network.
Okay, when ballistics or a firearm are sent to the NIDA unit, what?
They take the firearm and they put it into their system to see if there are casings that match strike marks. Or an officer of that unit, so I don't have all of the signs, but they will also compare it to casings and ask them to do so.
And was all that done in this case?
Yes.
Were any documents produced as a result of that process?
Yes, they submitted the findings.
Okay, did you ever receive a copy of those findings?
I did.
Would you recognize the copy of that report if I showed it to you today?
I will.
I'm showing to Mr. St. Clair what's previously marked as proposed exhibit 11. May I approach?
Yeah.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you.
What is proposed exhibit 11?
This is the form that we received from the officer.
Does it fairly and accurately depicts the form that you received from the NIDA unit?
Yes.
Have there been any changes or alterations to that form apart from the exhibit sticker at the bottom?
No.
Can I move for the admission of proposed exhibit 11?
Yes.
So as it pertains to the items submitted and tested, Detective McKibbins, what was submitted? Let's start with that.
Item evidence 1 and evidence number 14.
And what was evidence 1 that was submitted?
The 2 casings found at the initial scene.
What was evidence 14 that was submitted?
The firearm that was collected at the second scene.
Based on the reported findings, what was the preliminary conclusion?
That the casings are probable match to the firearm. So it's struck.
Now you say probable, why is it probable?
There are lots of variants to my knowledge. Our common practice is after we receive them, if there is a match, we then go ahead and send them to the investigating labs for a further deeper analysis.
And this would be what we would call a preliminary report, is that fair?
Yes.
Now, there's a portion of that report, sir, that's crossed off. What is that, sir?
That is the casings.
Why is it crossed off, sir?
Because we know where it belongs. Or where it, excuse me. The casings would have been struck out if they were already put to a firearm. Where firearms create those.
And that was based on you say the probable match?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I publish to the court? Committee report. Thank you. Sir, well, we're on the subject. Have you received any finalized reports from the Michigan State Police at this time?
No.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. I think I'm. Thank you, Detective McKibbins. Your Honor, I believe I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Second, how are you, Trent?
Number two, about yourself.
Thank you for asking. Couple questions for you. You said that, you explained the striking out of the cases on that report. When you explained that, you said that if you know what weapon the casings came from, you strike out the casings. Did I hear that properly?
I do not. That is something that the manual does.
So you didn't strike it out?
I did not strike or alter.
Okay, so you don't know what weapon the casings came from?
As it states on the form that I was given, the casings came from the firearm that was falsified for years.
So you're saying somebody told you that the casings that you received came from the weapon that you received?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge as to whether that's actually a true statement? Is that fair to say?
Only if I'm not to trust that you can dedicate it to a certain act.
So personal knowledge means like you didn't see the bullet come out of the weapon itself, or that's kind of more straightforward kind of explanation.
That's fair to say that I did not see it.
Okay, so when you say that the shell casings that were sent for analysis and weapon that was sent for analysis, that the shell cases came from that weapon, you're basing that on what somebody else told you?
Yes.
So how long have you been an officer?
Going on 8 years.
8 years, okay. Generally, if there's a weapon that is received, and you're trying to determine whether there is, whether a certain shell casing came from a certain weapon, isn't it common that that weapon is fired?
Yes.
So was this weapon fired?
Yes.
And where was those shell casings?
I'm not entirely sure, but I reviewed the places that we have to test firearms for there.
So did you fire the weapon?
I did not fire the weapon.
So you don't really have any personal knowledge as to whether the weapon was fired or not, right?
Beyond what the manual report told me.
Okay. So let me ask you, so you're the officer in charge of the case, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's a report that exists that says that the weapon was retrieved from a locker to be to conduct a test fire, but it didn't fire. You will be aware that report exists. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So there is a report that existed that says that this particular weapon that was submitted for analysis or whatever was retrieved for the purpose of test fire, but the weapon did not fire. You will be aware that record exists. Is that fair to say?
Just to make sure I understand the question, so you're saying that if the weapon was unable to fire?
Yes.
For the purpose of testing?
Right.
I haven't run into that. I imagine, I can only speculate that they would tell me that they were unable to fire it.
Oh, 1 second. I have to find the report.
No. I noticed there are some people, I have no idea who they are. I had a sequestration in place. Ladies, if you don't mind telling us your name, for the record, what's your name? Double. Ms. Garner, your name? Your name? Yeah. You're Ms. Merchant? Ms. Merchant, potential witness?
I didn't expect to call it.
Okay.
That's the family. I apologize. I'm not bringing it forward.
That's one more gentleman. Oh, I didn't see, sir. What's your name, sir? Mr. Brown, thank you. Are there any more questions, please?
I'm trying to find the report, Mr. Clerk. I apologize.
They were both looking the same. Okay. Thank you for the time. Our detective Mitchell. I'm sorry to give this kind of straight. Address capital. Sir. And what is that I asked you to read?
That was a supplemental report.
And do you know who authored that report?
I read it.
Can we come back? Can I approach with you? Yeah, so who authored that report?
Geo engineering.
Geo McNary, you said?
Yes.
So the subject of this report is the attempt to test fire the weapon that was found in the apartment on Southfield Road. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And based on that report, was that test firing able to occur?
From that report.
Okay, and why was that test firing based on that report not able to occur?
That report states that it's not.
That the weapon was not functional.
Yes, sir.
And the test fire was not able to take place.
That's what that report says.
You put emphasis on that report. So let me reference a question I asked a couple minutes ago. You weren't present when the weapon was testified, or when it was taken to be testified, right?
I was,
Okay, and the officer, you said, is that, you have to answer verbally.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, is that an officer that works on your team as it relates to this case?
That officer doesn't work on it.
Okay, so you know who that officer is?
I have not met that officer.
So is that officer authorized to carry out the task that they carried out in this particular situation?
I would be forced to assume so.
But you're the officer in charge, right?
Yes.
So if somebody's working on your case, shouldn't you know who the people are that's working on your case?
I don't know the name of every person in every.
Okay, so this is a officer that works in your department, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any reason to not believe the substance of the report that was authored by that officer?
Not off there.
Okay, and then usually when a report is authored by an officer, there has to be someone who kind of like a supervisor or an upline who kind of signs off on the report. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did a supervisor or an upline sign up on this report?
Yes.
Do you know who that supervisor is?
I don't know that.
I'll keep that. Can I approach Judge?
You say it doesn't know.
You don't know the name of it, or you looked at the name on the report and you don't know who that supervisor is?
I don't know the name of the supervisor.
Okay, so can I approach? And what's the name of the supervisor who approved this report?
It looked like Michelle Henry. Yeah,
You said Kenneth,
I'm most likely butchering that.
Panackia?
Yes.
Okay, so do you know who that person is?
I have not met that person myself.
Do you recognize that person as a supervisor?
It is under the supervisor's name.
Okay. So do you have any reason to believe that a report that is approved by that supervisor will include inaccurate information?
I have no reason to believe that.
Okay, 1 second. So you testified earlier that the strike marks from the testifiers matched the strike marks from the shell case on the scene. That wasn't true, right?
To my understanding, that's how they do the comparison.
Oh, so you were explaining the process, but you weren't saying that strike marks from testifiers matched the shell cases that are found on the scene in this case. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, sir. So earlier when you said that when you do the testifier, you match the strikings from on the shell cases from the testifier to the shell cases that are brought in for evidence. But you said that you were explaining the process, right?
The process, as I understand.
Okay, so you were not saying that there were test shots fired in this case and that the shell cases that were found at the scene matched the test shots that came from the weapon that was brought into evidence. Is that fair to?
I would not necessarily say that.
So just yes or no?
Sorry.
And if you need me to clarify the question, I can ask it.
If you could.
Okay, so when you were talking earlier, you were explaining generally what the process is to test what weapon shell casings come from. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So it's not your testimony that this particular weapon was test fired at any point. Is that fair to say?
My personal observations.
So it's not fair to say that, maybe I'm confusing myself. Let me ask a different question. So are you saying that this weapon was test fired?
From the results, it appeared that it was test fired. But that was basing that off of process to my understanding of how I concludes the result.
So generally, you're saying weapons are test fired,
Yes.
but you don't have personal knowledge as to whether this weapon was test fired.
Yes.
Okay. I'll leave that alone. A few more questions. Never mind. Any questions? All right, no more questions.
You read that? Officer, is there any other way to compare the strikings on a test fire bullet with strikings on a bullet that was recovered, other than to test fire, other than to shoot weapon?
I would imagine so, but I haven't had. Excuse me. I don't know. I would have to consult the member of the night unit to find it.
If some other procedure was used, would you expect that to be included in the report?
I would expect it to be included in
The report that you reviewed that said that the bullet matched the test fire. Did it say anything about gun not being functional?
the initial form that I have with, put in, does it say that it wasn't fired or anything? To my understanding, it has to be fired for that, but again, that's really understanding. I do know that there were several supplemental reports that were included.
Any questions based on my question?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may say. Any other witnesses for the people?
Okay.
Any witnesses for the people? No, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I do move to bind over it, to the charges of the complaint more. As we've said, every time we've been here, Judge, this is a circumstantial case. Mr. Poole testified that the individual that did this shooting came out of what he called a white four-door vehicle. He thought it might have been an Impala, I believe that's what he had said. But that doesn't occur. About 2 o'clock in the morning in the area of Tireman, St. Mary's, City of Detroit, County of Wayne, by someone he described as a light-skinned male with a red tattoo on the left side of his neck. There was another individual in the car that was a female that he did not get a good view of. That he and Javante Gardner were walking down the street at that time when they were approached by this individual. The individual gets out of the car, tells them to strip. There was some pushback from those two individuals. The shots are fired, striking and killing Javante Gardner. You have heard additional testimony from the evidence technicians that first 2 shell casings were recovered from the scene. And second, that firearms were recovered from the apartment that was leased to Marie Merchant, who is the girlfriend, or at least was the girlfriend of the defendant, Red. The casings preliminarily are matched to the gun in this case. Obviously, a final determination has not been made. Additionally, the car leased to Miss Merchant was within a block, within 3 to 5 minutes of the shooting happening, based on the timestamps of all the videos in this case, Judge. At 2 in the morning, or just after 2 in the morning, I should say, Judge, it shows certainly by a probable cause standard that this car was in the area, car that was leased to Miss Merchant, was closely associated to Mr. Red, that he was there at the time of the search warrant, was arrested, the gun is found in the apartment. Certainly by a probable cause standard, Your Honor, we have met our burden as pertains to the counts 1 through 4 in the complaint warrant, and I ask that you bind over the charge. Thank you.
Judge, I'm asking that the court dismiss the case. The biggest reason in my eyes is that we don't have an identification of Mr. Red as a person who was at the scene on St. Mary's and Tireman. There was only one eyewitness to this case, and that was Martez, the individual that testified. He said it was a male in the car. He said it was I think he said a dark-skinned female in the car as well. The court specifically asked, if you look around, and I might be paraphrasing, if you look around the room, do you see the person in this room that you saw on that night? He kind of looked around the room a little bit and did not choose anybody in this room as the person that he saw on the night that the shooting took place. And he certainly did not identify Mr. Red. One of the things that stood out in his testimony to me is he was there, he was at the scene, and he said he thought the vehicle was a white Impala. So we have testimony from,
He also said he could be wrong.
Right, and we have testimony from Ms. Dixon, of a vehicle that she found. She thought that the vehicle was a light colored Fusion. So she did testify to comparing the wheel styles and things of that nature, but also admitted that that particular vehicle that she was tracking is a common vehicle. The video that she observed took place. Well, actually, on this record, we don't have precise timing as to when this shooting actually did take place. We have a roundabout timing, but we don't know what time it took place. So the context, so there's no context really for the 209 timestamp that was Dixon testified to. So it seems to me that she looked at a video and then she arbitrarily picked, this particular.
Mr. Food kind of narrow that time down, please?
What did he testify to?
It was around 2 o'clock a.m.
He said around 2 o'clock, yes, but we don't have like a specific time frame to give context to why this particular vehicle that, was a detective, or this is Ms. Dixon, why she picked that specific vehicle that, that she saw at 2:09. She said she believed that, well, the testimony is consistent with between Mr. Poole and, Ms. Dixon, that it was a light colored vehicle, so we don't have any information as to whether, and Mr. Poole believed it was white. The vehicle that Ms. Dixon found wasn't white, it was, and I don't believe that she testified to the actual color it was. So we don't know if it was white, silver, tan, gray, or any other light color, that could be connected to this situation. We don't have any fingerprint evidence on the weapon that was recovered from where Mr. Red was picked up from. We have, information that, the officer admitted that he was wrong, and when we said that the weapon was testified, because it wasn't testified. So we don't have any connection between the weapon that was found and the
I
shell.
don't know if we can say that, but it's not testified. We do know that at one point in time, it was, they tried to testify it malfunction. We don't know if it was in that state the entire time discussing.
No, we don't know that. And as far as the report is concerned, that I approached the officer in charge with, it said that the weapon was non-operational. And of course, to the court's point, we don't know how long it's been non-operational. But my point in bringing that up is we don't have any comparison, we don't have any connection between that weapon and the shell cases that were found at the scene.
That's not what the report says.
What does the report say?
The report says that that weapon fired a bullet that was found, all the bullets that were found at the scene.
But we don't have any foundation for how that can be true. Is it?
No, I just have a report.
Right.
That was admitted into evidence.
Through the witness that I'm talking about right now, the detective McGivens, who wasn't present at the time of when the weapon was analyzed for our purposes here today.
Okay, so my understanding is that regardless of whether or not he testifies because of the nature of this particular record, it comes in the court rule.
But that document does come. But we don't have any testimony, we don't have a person.
You're talking about probable cause first.
I understand that this is within the examination of probable cause. We don't have a person here explaining how they arrived at the answer.
We could have, but we don't need to per the court rule.
I know very
Just
well.
the record will suffice.
I know very well what the court will say. My argument is that we don't have a person here that explains how they came to that. I could have, but I think, but the information that I'm saying and the statement I'm trying to give you is we don't have a witness that testified here today as to how the person who authored that report arrived at the conclusion that they arrived at producing that report. So we do have a report that says that the weapon is not operational at the time.
We don't have a person here telling us why the weapon was unoperational or that it was really operational. To your point about saying that the weapon matched the bullets.
But we have the report.
We don't have either person here for that, right?
But we have.
But we have reports, just like the report you're talking about, we have a report saying that they match.
Yeah, we have the report, so we don't need the person to the court's. Yeah, so we have testimony that the weapon, the trigger of the weapon was swabbed for DNA. We don't have any results from that, and we don't have any connection between the weapon and reliable connection between the weapon and the shell casings. We don't have any identification of Mr. Ray or testimony that puts Mr. Ray at the scene of the issue. I'm asking what to dismiss.
Okay, so Mr. Kehoe is correct that this is a very circumstantial case. Circumstantial evidence does not mean that it's bad evidence. In fact, sometimes circumstantial evidence can be more probative than eyewitness testimony. So if the pieces fit together, the puzzle comes together as such. So there's a lot of coincidences that this court would have to believe to dismiss this matter. One of which is that the card associated with the defendant's girlfriend, if you will, car was at the location around the same time, or around 2 o'clock in the morning when this homicide allegedly occurred. You know, what's her name? Mark? Trying to remember her name.
Ms. Dixon?
No, not talking about Kenneth's girlfriend. Merchant, that's it. Ms. Merchant is in the courtroom. Appears to be a rather slim, dark-skinned, African-American female. Witness who testified said that the car that pulled up on him had 2 occupants in it. A light-skinned male with a tattoo on his face and a dark-skinned female. That he didn't.
He said it's neck.
Sorry.
He didn't say that first name, that's what I said.
Neck. The dark-skinned female that he didn't pay very close attention to, because she was a dark-skinned female. Then we have an officer who tries to identify this vehicle that the shooter was in. Uses a dump camera that's supposed to pick up illegal dumping, but she's able to track this vehicle, and she determines that this vehicle is a Ford Fusion. Gets the license plate, and lo and behold, it belongs to rented to a Miss Merchant. Search warrant executed at Miss Merchant's residence, who is the boyfriend of the girlfriend of the defendant. And what do we find there? A gun. And then I have a lab report that says that gun matches the bullets or shell casings found at the scene of the crime. Too much of a coincidence for there not to be probable cause for this court to bind over. So the court, after hearing the testimony of aforementioned witnesses, as well as reviewing and considering all of the exhibits that were admitted into evidence, is satisfied that the people have met their burden of probable cause that relates to the charges contained in the warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be September 21st, 2023 at 9 o'clock p.m. And it will be remanded to the custody of Wayne County Sheriff.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're done, man. What day?
Yes, sir. Mr. Sinclair, I have yours as well.
Oh, yeah.
You caught that? I thought I was on the wing. That was quick.
Yeah, you still up when you're gonna, sitting down now.
And anyways, the docket for today, folks, see you tomorrow, same best station, same bad time.